Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ICPESS 2021. Good morning from Jakarta. Are you awake? Of course, no one wants to miss interesting topics today. I would like to inform today's agenda. We will be having two keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Gudrun Dolteper from Germany, Professor Dr. G. Balasekaran from Singapore, and also our invited speaker, Dr. Kate A. Donnelly from USA. And we will also be having two symposiums, Symposium 5 and 6, including Professor Dr. Ricardo Uvinha, Dr. Juan Eduardo Cespedes Londono, MD, Professor Maria Paula Cespedes, Shou Xiading, Assistant Professor Dr. Damat Tekin, PG, PhD, and Professor Dr. Regis Kumar. And also in Symposium 6, we will be having Professor Dr. Erika Zemkova, Associate Professor Dr. Albina Andreva, Peter Twist, and Professor Dr. Regis Kumar. And the first session, in a few moments, it will be led by Associate Professor Dr. Gary Kwan. His background including sport psychology, sport science, neuropsychophysiology, executive function, music therapy, and sport psychology consultant, Coaching Academy of Malaysia, National Sports Institute of Malaysia, applied sport psychologist, contract Australian Institute of Sport, AIS, Australia. Hello, Dr. Gary Kwan, can you hear me? Selamat pagi.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Wow, it is a fantastic
You must be so
conference.
ready for today's discussion, right? Okay,
Yes.
so without further ado, Dr. Gary Kwan, time is yours.
Thank you. I'm so happy and honored to be in this fantastic conference. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Sosilo, who is also the secretary of ACES, Asia Council of Exercise and Sports Science. Thank you. So now I will start by introducing the first keynote speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Gurun Do Tepper. I'm sure you know this great teacher, professor, and best of all, a great mentor to many of us as well. So Professor Dr. Gurun Do Tepper is the professor in the Department of Education and Psychology at the Freie Universität of Berlin. She received a master's degree and doctorate at the Freie University of Berlin and her postdoc degree habilitations at the Johannes Wolfgang Goethe University. Her research interests includes the inclusions of persons with disabilities in physical education and sports, the role of physical activity as part of a healthy lifestyle, equal opportunities and participations of girls and women in physical education and sports, and different approaches to talent identifications and developmentals in sports. Dr. Do Tepper was the president of the International Council of Sports Science and Physical Education from 1997 to 2028. Since 2029, she has been honorary members and special advisors to the International Council of Sports Science and Physical Education. And in 2016, she was the elected honorary president of the association. In 2026, in 2025, she received a doctorate in law from Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada, and 2028, a doctor from KU Leuven, Belgium. Wow, she was awarded several prestigious international and national awards, including the FIAP's Gold Cross of Honors of Physical Education, the Paralympics Order of the IPC. She's an international advisor of the ACES and also the BRICS Council of Exercise and Sports Science. Today, she will be treating us with a nice presentations entitled Promoting Health Behavior and Physical Activity in Times of COVID-19 Pandemic, Case Studies and Olympic Day Digitals in Germany. I'll pass the time to Professor Dr. Gurun Do Tepel. Thank you. Professor Gurun?
Yeah, due to the fact that Professor Gurun cannot attend, so he's okay.
The online.
Yeah, it will be through Zoom meeting.
Yes.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, a very warm welcome to all of you from Berlin. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our host, Dr. Susie Loh and his team, and to Professor Ming-Kai Chin for having given me the opportunity to address you at this outstanding international conference. These are extremely challenging times, and I hope we will be able to overcome this global pandemic as soon as possible. Today, I want to share with you some of the activities that have happened during the past months in Germany and are currently still continuing regarding the promotion of healthy behavior and physical activity. I will share with you some of the activities around the Olympic Day in Germany last year, but also some of the activities that have been organized by the German Olympic Sports Confederation and also by the German Physical Education Teachers Association, just as some examples. The world, of course, was affected by the pandemic since March 2020. Enormous changes have occurred in all regions of the world. The number of infected people and the death rate are constantly growing, in some regions really dramatically. Most state governments have put their citizens on various forms of lockdown. Global Research Database is important and tells us what is the current situation, and we can use information by the World Health Organization. They are gathering the latest international multilingual scientific findings and knowledge on COVID-19. This database represents a comprehensive multilingual source of the current literature on the topic and is always updated. So I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to use this kind of research material. Enormous changes have happened in the lives of people. In many countries, public and private organizations and institutions were closed. Kindergartens were closed, schools were closed. We put children to homeschooling. That means that they could not go to school at all. Universities and institutions of higher education were also closed in many parts of the world. My university, for example, is closed since last March. And also the private sector, the companies have been affected, and they had also put their staff home, either to work from home, in home office or remote home work, or to work in alternating shifts. As you can see here in this picture, we had to create a new space at home, some space for work and some space for our private life. So many people reduced their physical activity dramatically, and this also is reflected in research. The current research indicates that dramatic changes have occurred in terms of physical activity, in terms of sleep, time use, and health. Disruption to physical activity is a leading risk factor for mental health disorder and depression. We already had a big issue regarding obesity, and there is a growing number of persons now with obesity due to this change in lifestyle. we also have now some research, some statistics as far as the impact of physical inactivity, and it is associated with a higher risk for severe COVID-19 outcomes. I have here shared with you some of the research by colleagues Salas and others who have recently published this report. But for sure, we need further longitudinal studies in this particular area. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has also been on sport events. It has caused the most significant disruption to the sporting calendar on local, national, and international levels. And for sure, we had to recognize the postponement of the Olympic and Paralympic Games Tokyo from 2020 to 2021. We've seen very similar situation with other big events like marathons, international championships. They were either cancelled or postponed. And in most cases, if there was a sport event, they took place without spectators. And this picture here shows you a football stadium empty, no spectators. And as you know, we are currently discussing what is the situation for Tokyo, for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Already, as a member of the German Olympic Sports Confederation, we have been told that we cannot go there. Only the athletes and then medical staff and physiotherapists can go. So we will really face a very, very new situation. But sometimes also we are forgetting the situation of physical education and sport in schools. And because of the closings of schools, we have seen a dramatic reduction of physical education in schools. In some cases, teaching lessons were reduced, and in many cases, physical education classes did not take place. Organized physical activity and sport programs were also either cancelled or reduced. And there are negotiations, for example, in Germany between the sport organizations and German government to find ways that people of all ages will be able to practice some kind of physical activity, mainly outdoors, and sometimes they are only offered virtually. There are some good news, though, and this is what I want to share with you, because the German Physical Education Award will be presented in September 21, and we are really very much optimistic that schools will present their activities even in very, very difficult circumstances. The German Physical Education Teachers Association has also set up physical education programs for children and young people. Either when they had to stay home, they had promoted to be active at home. We have seen some videos organized and put on TV screens by famous athletes in Germany. For example, Felix Neureuter has created video clips entitled Olympia in the Children's Room. And we also have seen more and more outdoor activities in small groups, as you can see here on that picture from Germany, from one state in Germany, Lower Saxony. As I indicated in my opening remarks, I would like to share with you also some of the initiatives and programs that were organized by the German Olympic Academy. And we want to inspire young people to be positive towards physical activity and the Olympic idea. And we are addressing developments surrounding the Olympic movement. And we organized in 2020 a so-called Olympic Day Digital. On June 23rd, the founding day of the International Olympic Committee, the Olympic Day was implemented for the first time via social media channels. And you can see here some of the announcements that were made all over Germany. Selected initiatives also were focusing on the international motto, Move, Learn, Discover. A digital Olympic Day week was organized, including various themes and aspects. There was a focus on the history of the Olympic Day. There was also cooperation with our German athletes. They are called Team Germany athletes, and they were part of meetings and talks streamed on Facebook. Sometimes we had invited Olympic athletes, but we also included Paralympic athletes. So it was really something very, very positive, very optimistic. On the day of the Olympic Day, we also presented teaching materials for schools, for kindergartens, for primary and secondary schools. And all this can be accessed either in a printed or in a digital format. Here you can see the material that we are giving to our schools all over Germany. On the left-hand side, you see Olympia is calling, join in for primary schools, and on the right-hand side, the material for secondary schools. So that is a real, very, very positive program, and we will continue this. We're already preparing for Beijing 2022, the material for kindergartens and schools. Part of this very special Olympic Day was an Olympic Day run. And you can see here, it was a virtual run. And you can see here on the left-hand side, the Cologne German Sport and Olympia Museum. And the virtual run was organized from the museum in Cologne to the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. That is in kilometers, 530 kilometers, and people could join in this virtual run. And as you can see here, we have also the mascot, which is called Trimi on the right-hand side. Trimi is telling us, yes, Germany, Sport Germany just did the Olympic Day run. There were also some physical activities and sport during lockdown by the German Olympic Sports Confederation. We really wanted young people and people in general to be active and practice sport, even though they could only do it alone or in small groups. Sometimes we also promoted riding the bicycle or running in the forest, or as you can see here, we also developed common standards for common safety. That is really important, that people are aware that they can practice physical activity and sport, but they have also to be really aware of all these measures to keep distance, a physical distance, and of course all the hygiene elements that are quite well known. There's also a very famous contest, a very, very famous competition in Sport for All. And this is organized by the German Olympic Sports Confederation together with a bank consortium, and is called Golden Stars of Sport. As you can see here, we have a group of 5 boys. They belong to a sport club, and the sport club is called I Can Do. And they were the winners of the first prize, of this Stars of Sports. You can see here the representatives of the German sport and of the Bank Consortium, and in the middle, the president of the Federal Republic of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. So it is very high level. It's really supported by the government, but also by the German Olympic Sports Confederation. And we are already now preparing for the next event, which will hopefully be happening then in a live presentation in January 2022. We are having a lot of initiatives that are being presented to us from different regions in Germany, and we are really trying to promote this physical activity and healthy lifestyle, despite all the difficulties that we are currently facing. And I'm sure, and that I would invite you all to share your experiences with us. I think we can maybe share our experiences. We can have maybe a collection of information, what is happening with regard to sport clubs, what is happening with regard to physical education in schools, and maybe also what kind of activities are happening regarding, for example, the older generation. That was some of the problems that we are facing, that senior citizens' homes were also closed, and there was very little opportunity for us to get in contact with our family members of older age. The current situation is improving very slowly, but it's getting a little bit better now. And we really hope that in the future we will be able to have also more exchange, more meetings with people of older age. And for them, as we all know, physical activity is really important as well. But I wanted to show this to you because it clearly shows that there are joint ventures, joint activities between both the governments, but also the sport organizations, including also the Physical Education Teachers Association. And I think we really are moving forward on a good way. I would tell you also that we are discussing here in Germany, as in other parts of the world, that we need to take measures, of course, mainly by governments, to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. But we are also part of all these initiatives. And you see here on the right-hand side, the WHO response to COVID-19. We also see more and more vaccines and new vaccines being approved, and they are being distributed to people, first in Germany, to people of older age, but it's increasing now, and also younger people are included as well. And of course, there are some measures being taken regarding the most vulnerable groups in society, people with chronic diseases, people of older age were being given vaccines. And of course, there is a discussion as well. Should we be open to everyone? Should everyone have access to it? And again, this would be something where I would really would like to ask you to share your experiences and to maybe have open communication on that particular point. I think we can only here learn from each other. The next aspect is already getting closer to my presentation, is an outlook. And I think it's highly important that all people are well informed about all measures of prevention and treatment of COVID-19. As you can imagine, in countries where we have people with different cultural and religious backgrounds, and also language-wise, we have people, for example, in Germany, who do not speak German. So we have tried to send out information through various channels in different languages, be it in Arabic or in Spanish or Italian. We have really tried to get all the citizens into a situation where they understand the serious situation of the pandemic. And a point that I have made earlier is, of course, how can we ensure that people can keep or regain their psychosocial and physical health? I think we all know that people need also to be in social contact with each other. And we have put people into a situation where they were really isolated. Coming back to this situation of home office, where you as a family had to work at home, but at the same time, your children were at home as well, because homeschooling was the motto, and people had to kind of find a structure in everyday life, how to get along with the situation. Another aspect, of course, is the situation with regard to this psychosocial problems. People more and more have shown difficulties due to isolation, and I think we are already now looking into the future. What can we do regarding the next months, when hopefully the situation will improve, and how can we get back to some kind of normal life? It is our responsibility, and I know that you are all following the same path. It's our responsibility to encourage people to practice an active lifestyle. And again, we can only try to be creative and innovative. We try to develop new programs and actions for physical education, for physical activity, and for sport. And what I have seen so far, also what is happening in other parts of the world, I would say, yes, people really have been very creative, very, very positive. And I'm sure that when once we are getting back to leaving our homes, we have more opportunity to be more physically active, and also use the change with regard to summertime and wintertime. In Germany, as you might know, it can be very dark for many hours a day. Now here in Germany, we have spring. The temperatures are going up, and we have more warm weather, more sunshine, and that is kind of an invitation to practice physical activity and sport in open air. And that is some kind of positive message that we're sending out. So I would like to go to the next step here, and that is that I would like to call for action. I'm aware that the dramatic situation of the pandemic in many parts of the world needs more efforts and needs more efforts towards mutual support and a worldwide solidarity. And again, this is an invitation to all of you to share and to practice solidarity with each other. This sixth virtual Congress of Physical Education and Sports Science is a great opportunity to share and to support each other. And I think we should use all these channels, like the one conference that is being organized in Indonesia, to let each other know that we are taking care and that we want to help each other. And therefore, again, I would like to thank the organizers for this great conference. I really hope that once we have reached another step in overcoming the pandemic, we can again meet in conferences and meet each other and hug each other and support each other. And therefore, I would like to say thank you to all of you. And my final wish is stay healthy and stay and be active, And I'm really looking forward to meeting you all in the very, very near future. Thank you so much for participating, and thank you so much for your attention. All the best to you, and goodbye, goodbye from Berlin.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much. Wow, congratulations to Professor Dr. Gurun Dotteper for such an inspiring presentations. Let me make a summary. There's many great initiatives to promote physical activity in Germany during this COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, in the recent studies actually shows that all countries are suffering from depressions and mental health issues. Therefore, with such initiative by the German Olympic Committee and German government, as well as physical education teacher, it is a great effort to promote healthier behavior and physical activity level, especially in times of COVID-19 pandemic. As mentioned by Professor Gurun, let us make a contribution together to reach out and to support each other, stay healthy and active. Okay, so with that, let me join hands together and give Professor Dr. Gurun Dotteper a big ovation applause. Okay, so we do not have any questions for these sessions. We will continue to the next speaker. Okay, so the next speaker of the day will be the famous Professor Dr. G. Balasekaran. Let me quickly introduce his speaker. Wow. Professor Dr. G. Balasekaran is a professor at the Physical Education and Sports Science Academic Group, National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. His research project includes physiological response in exercise and adaptations to health and sports performance, also investigating the influence of genetics factors on exercise-related outcome. He is currently actively involved in investigating physiological predictors of human performance. In addition, he is well-versed in the knowledge of sports science and its applications in tracks and field. Professor Bala obtained his PhD from the University of Pittsburgh, USA, and did his postdoc fellowship in molecular genetics in the same university. He has published many research papers, book chapters in mostly first-rated journals and books in the area of sports science. His involvement in the international and local scene is extensive, as epitomized in the area of his involvement in the numbers of sports science, physical education, and sports management association. Currently, he's the president of ASAS, and Dr. Bala had represented Singapore in numerous long-distance events and has excelled and won numerous medals in various international and local meets. He's also raced in various states and regional college meets in the US, most notably qualified and raced in the prestigious National College Athletic Association, NCAA. Wow. Currently, he's also a volunteer coach, coaching national long-distance athletes. He's also a member of the Singapore BrainBreaks projects in collaborations with the Fuhua Primary Schools and other primary schools to make a United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goal, UN SDGs, laboratory in Singapore. Wow. So today, he will be presenting a title, The Effects of Large Exercise-Induced Training on Young Obese Male, and a follow-up after cessations of training. So let me give the honor and to pass the floor to Professor Dr. G. Balasekaran. Thank you, Professor. The floor is yours.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear. Brilliant.
Thanks, Gary, for the kind words. I think it's
Thank you.
you told certain things which I don't know also. I think you did a very well done research. Thank you for your very kind words. And I'm very happy to be here. I like to do two things here today on talking about exercise-induced training and also a session of training. And I'm from the Nanyang Technological University. And first of all, before I start, I'd like to thank special individuals here. I'd like to thank Gary also for introduction. I'd like to thank Dr. Kamaruddin, Dr. Zainuddin, Dr. Nadra, Dr. Johannes, and of course, Dr. Susilo, who is part of the organizing committee, and he's also the Secretary General of SS. I think it's a brilliant conference you have organized. And of course, we can't forget Ming Kai Ching,
Sorry,
who has helped
Professor
a lot.
Balasekara.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. That was a wrong slide, so we have done to move the slide. Sorry.
It's okay, yeah?
Okay, okay, it's
Right.
okay.
I'd like to say thanks to these special people. Come on. Okay. And also Professor Ming Kai Chin for helping out in this organization, which is a brilliant conference. Okay, there's two parts of this to the study, which I like to touch on. First is the effects of exercise-induced training on young obese males, and a follow-up after cessation of training. The interesting thing is why we are talking about exercise-induced training is what happens when people exercise, and also what happens when you stop exercising. And that's what I want to highlight. And these two studies have been conducted in Singapore and NTU by us. And the first study is the effects of exercise-induced training on young obese males. And I'll go through this, and then after that, I'll go to the part two. So if you talk about weight gain and prevention of obesity is one of those issues which has been going on in most countries. And of course, if you have obesity, you have a lot of complications. And I think our keynote speakers have been mentioning it: cardiovascular disease, diabetes mellitus, and etc. And of course, upper body fat. I think Dr. Stephen Kopecky was talking about it, but intra-abdominal fat is one of those things which affects a lot of people. And intra-abdominal fat is very interesting. When you exercise, it has to actually reduce the intra-abdominal fat because it's very high risk. So if you're talking about most studies have been conducted, effects on diet induced. That means everyone control diet and see whether they lose weight or not. But what happens if you have a large exercise induced? That means you don't worry about your diet, but you just exercise more. That means it's 3 to 4 times more. What will happen to you? And this is the only way you can do it is having an institutionalized, regimented training. I will call this IRT. You can't do it in an ordinary population because people will not sometimes exercise. So in order to see the effects of large exercise induced without any diet control, we have to go in institution and regimentized training. So the thing is, if you're talking about effects of large exercise induced without diet restrictions, what will happen? So the purpose of the study was to evaluate the effects of large exercise-induced weight loss on body composition and fat distribution. That's the first study. Methods: we had a control group with 30 and a group of 30 which participated in IRT. And the criteria was body fat percentage greater than 25%. This was obese people. Methods, we had a pre-body composition, fat mass, fat-free mass, body fat percentage, waist circumference, hip circumference, and waist hip ratio. These are the pre-body composition measures. And the training regime was about 16 weeks, 4 months. First 6 weeks was conditioning period, just get them ready. The next 10 weeks was combat skills training, but the periods also increased from 10 to 20. And physical training was like circuit training, modified games and stuff, mostly aerobic kind of work and some strength work, following ACSM guidelines. So if you have a look at it, diet and nutrition, no diet restriction was imposed, but you can see that there was 4 meals a day, and they were consuming about 3,066 kilocalories. So after the training of 16 weeks, we had post body composition, the same variables were tested, see what happened. You can also see the composition of food, protein, fat, and carbohydrates, what they did. And you're talking about the percent of training hours was 57%, but you can see how much physical training, weapons training, fieldcraft drills were used, 29 hours per week. Result. You can see that the weight dropped tremendously from the control. You can see pre and post, nothing changed. 94 to 82 kg they dropped, but you can see that fat-free mass was steady. It was maintained, but the rest of the variables for the regimented training improved. BMI, fat mass, body fat percent, waist circumference, hip circumference, and waist hip ratio, all reduced. But you can see the control group actually gained some weight and stuff. So results, you can see that they lost 12 kg, ranging from 5 to 22.5 kg, 40% reduction in fat mass. Control actually increased their fat mass. There was a reduction in waist circumference, 13.7% reduction, hip circumference also. So you can see the body distribution went down. And you can see the interesting thing is anyone who lost 11 kg and below, they maintain their weight. But if they lost more than 11 kg, their fat-free mass reduced. So there's something to do with how much weight you can lose. You cannot lose after a certain amount of weight. Otherwise, you'll affect your fat-free mass, which is not good. And you see the correlation, you can see the higher the weight loss, the higher the change in fat-free mass of priority. So that means you can see that if large exercise induced affects weight loss, it's going to affect the fat-free mass. Then you can see also waist hip ratio and hip circumference was related to obesity. Correlations, there's no correlation between baseline waist hip ratio and change in waist hip ratio, initial waist hip ratio and change in waist hip ratio. But very interestingly, note that if you have a lot of abdominal fat around your waist, you did not lose more abdominal fat of IRT. That means neither they were more successful overall fat loss. That means if you have large one, doesn't mean that you're going to lose more. Discussion. You can see that the weight loss was attributed to a loss of fat as no changes in fat mass. Very, very interesting. Fat-free mass was maintained. There was no restriction of food. It's just large exercise-induced weight loss. And we also gave some lectures to the IRT people because they did not control their diet, but we talked about the intakes and stuff. But nothing was given to the control group. So you can see that fat-free mass, in one study by Garrow, was reduced during exercise and dietary intervention. But Lee and our study, fat-free mass was maintained. And probably Garrow and Summerball did not have a large exercise-induced weight loss. Ours was large exercise. So the large increase in energy expenditure was the key to maintain the fat-free mass, as compared to other diet reduction kind of studies. So diet intervention, usually you lose about 2 to 4 kg. For us, we lost 12 kg and we maintained fat-free mass. Diet was not controlled as much. And the fat-free mass represented less than 1% of the total weight loss. Very interestingly, nothing great, not too much of fat-free mass lost. So exercise-induced weight loss actually correlated to lean tissue preservation. Very important finding. Exercise is very important. Then what happens? People all say that I exercise for a couple of months. What happens when I don't exercise? Because I got stress or I got work stress or whatever. What happens? Can I still be healthy? We wanted to look at it. So these people who had a large exercise-induced weight loss during IRT, we wanted to see whether they can maintain after training has stopped. So there will be a reduction in physical activity. So there will be a risk factor to the health of the obese individual. So we were saying that they exercise so much. What happens the next 4 months? So maintaining reduced weight is not easy at all. I think we all notice when we go for New Year resolutions and stuff, after that, we go for 4 months and then we stop. It's very hard. But what happens if you lose a lot of weight? How do you maintain it? And low levels of physical activity, what will happen? So the study's purpose was cessation of training. And now we are looking at fat distribution and metabolic risk factor. I want to see what happened inside the body also after having a lot of weight loss during a regimented training. So the methods are 20 obese males, body fat percentage again greater than 25%, and they participated in the IRT for 16 weeks. And I wanted to follow up when they stopped training. So 16 weeks of cessation of training. And we wanted to see what weight regain would affect your body, especially metabolic risk factors. 18 participants, most of them went to sedentary jobs. Only 2 active. Yes. So what happened? Is it okay? So body composition, yeah. Oh, is it correct? So body composition, is it okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, can. Okay, Prof.
Can you hear, right, Gary?
Yeah.
Okay. So the height and weight was the anthropometry measures taken, and then you can see that we did dual DEXA machine for the body composition and computerized tomography. That means we actually hold on a second. Let me read. Okay, 12-hour fasting. We had total cholesterol taken, triglycerides taken, high density lipoprotein was taken, and HDL. You can see how we collected HDL. So we are looking at metabolic risk factors also. Hold on a minute. I can't move my slides. Other than that, lipoprotein was also assessed. Lipoprotein was measured, immunoassays. Metabolic variables, we had glucose. We made them eat 75 grams of glucose, and then we looked at their blood samples for 30, 60, 90, and 120 minutes. We also looked at plasma glucose concentrations, plasma insulin, and glucose and insulin. So we wanted to see what happens inside their body as opposed to outside their body also, because you're stopping exercise. Because risk factors can be monitored. So physical activity levels also we wanted to follow because there's a reduction in physical activity, and also diet. They changed their diet. So how do we record physical activities? 3-day physical activity record over 2 weekends and 1 weekend. We had a scale for energy cost, and then we divided it by 15-minute intervals. Then you can see how we recorded the MET values, multiplying the metabolic equivalent by number of minutes. So we recorded their physical activity levels. For the nutritional records, we did the same 3-day dietary record, 4 meals a day. You can see the calories, 3066 calories. And participants usually went home over weekends without dietary restrictions. Results. You can see that they gain weight after they stop performance. This is definitely this will definitely happen because there's a reduction of physical activity. But you can see that fat-free mass was maintained because of the large exercise-induced they had performance. Fat mass increased, body fat increased, waist, hip circumference, all the body distribution kind of composition all improved, increased. Sorry, the IA also tremendous increase, intra-abdominal fat immediately. So you can see they gained about 3.7 kg after cessation of training. 70% increase in fat mass, fat-free mass unchanged. This is very important because a lot of people lose fat mass. When they increase fat mass, they lose fat-free mass. Sorry. Increase in body fat and BMI, waist circumference and hip circumference also increased 7%, 6%, and intra-abdominal fat tremendous increase. Just 4 months, which is a very high risk for cardiovascular disease. And subcutaneous fat also tremendous increase. Just 4 months. So fat, you talk about correlation. There's fat increase and waist. There is a relationship. Weight gain and waist circumference is a relationship. But very interestingly, large amounts of abdominal fat had greater increase in abdominal fat after cessation. That means if you have more, you have much more when you stop training. So if you look at our metabolic risk factors, cholesterol increased by 7%, but others remain unchanged. Tremendous finding because you have a protective mechanism. Although your fat distribution increased, your inside your body things, everything remain unchanged. So insulin and glucose was similar. Fasting glucose area all correlated to body composition. Fat mass and abdominal subcutaneous fat were predictors that metabolic changes that took place with weight gain. So if you look at the metabolic variables, cholesterol is the only one increased. Although there's a slight prediction of increase, there's no significance. You can see ApoB, you can see glucose, insulin, all remained similar. That means the 4 months of high exercise-induced weight actually has a protective mechanism. Although your subcutaneous fat, your abdominal fat increased. You can see the correlations of cardiac risk factors. You can see that the insulin area is high, total cholesterol is also high. The relationship is very high. You can also see the predictors of metabolic effects of weight gain. You can see insulin is quite high, insulin area and insulin glucose area. Because remember, we asked them to eat 75 grams of glucose and then we monitored the blood. Physical activity, low and moderate intensity was similar. That means IRT and this was similar. Interesting. But high intensity decreased. So this one can go back to our keynote speaker, Stephen Kopecky. He said that if you have high intensity exercise, it might reduce abdominal fat. I think it could be true. Physical activity decreased by 15%. And that's the reason why you see a lot of changes in the fat distribution. But there's not much changes in the metabolic variables. And dietary composition was similar for both. That means the carbohydrates, protein, and stuff. So if you look at it, low and moderate activities was similar for both periods. High intensity was different. There's a reduction of 11% when they train, and total physical activity decreased by 15%. Dietary composition similar between IRT and cessation. So discussion, you can see that the obese males increased 3.6 once they stopped training. 25% of the weight loss during the previous 16 weeks. 15% decrease in daily energy expenditure. Dietary intake was about 2,310 kilocalories. Physical activity was about 204 METs per hour per day. Correlation, there was a correlation between body composition and fat distribution. There was a significant increases in metabolic variables. Well, if the metabolic variables increase as a risk for cardiac disease, 13.4 kg average weight loss during the first intervention had a significant effect on metabolic variables because they remain similar. So absence of weight loss has shown known effect on glucose level. There's one study which says that by Sega and Proske, saying that glucose disappears within 3 days after stop training. But ours, the metabolic area variables remain similar because I think the high level of exercise, weight loss, large amount of weight loss for the first 4 months, that has an effect to make it similar. Body composition is more reactive to weight gain. As you can see, most of the body composition went up. Abdominal, intra-abdominal fat also went up. Subcutaneous fat also went up. But the mild weight gain might not be very dangerous. And this is because we did not see any changes in metabolic risk factors. This one, we have to determine the range. Future studies have to say that how much can we lose in order to maintain this. Like next 4 months, I can't exercise. Maybe I'm flying, I'm very stressed. Will it be protective mechanism? How much can I lose? Very, very interesting to look at this range limit. So there is the further investigation where you can do a fat distribution and metabolic variables relationship. So the first part of the study, in conclusion, there was a large weight loss, at least approximately about 12, and they had a lot of health benefits as opposed to diet-induced weight loss. Substantial weight loss actually was able to maintain lean tissue, very important. We can't lose fat-free mass. The decrease in physical activity may not be as detrimental to obese individuals if dietary intake levels were reduced proportionally. Without a lack of dietary restriction, similar energy intake may result in overeating. That's one of the reasons why people gain weight after exercising. So it's important to educate, self-motivate, and be active. So the 16 weeks follow-up indicated after when the cessation of training, there was not much changes in the metabolic risk factors. Weight gain was increased in fat mass. These changes may hinder future weight loss, which may aggravate cardiovascular risk factors. The study highlighted the importance of education and awareness after cessation, during cessation of training, so that you can maintain a healthy lifestyle. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bala. Brilliant.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you for the inspiration presentation. Okay, maybe let me give a short summary of your presentation, okay? So before we open for the Q&A.
Sure.
So, it is a very interesting study talking about institutionalized regimented training, showing the importance of exercise for weight reduction, which is a healthy way, right? Besides that, after cessation of training, it will be leading to gaining weight again. So we have to keep on training. So high intensity activity will decrease 11% during the IRT. Well, most important, body composition is more reactive to weight regain. So importance of educations and trainings so that we were able to help people to maintain healthy lifestyle. Okay, so that's from me. Let us open to the floor for some Q&A. Anyone like to ask a question? Maybe let me start. Professor Bala, so do you think that for male and female, which one will be more reactive to this training for high intensity keep on training to reduce weight? Because I like to reduce weight as well.
I think the important thing we found from here is you have to actually have a large exercise induced weight loss, which is tough for normal people because we are working and stuff. But I think the effects will be the same for males and females. But the only thing which we figure out can we do it without people on your back all the time, you know? And also we noticed that once you stop, there's a protective mechanism for you. If you have a large exercise induced, Your metabolic variables don't change much. Only cholesterol changed, but your fat distribution went up. So I think there is some effect of large exercise-induced weight loss, but I don't know, normal populations, will they be able to handle it? Not true. I'm not sure yet.
Might be too hard.
Yeah. And also, we don't know whether that people can sustain such kind of work for a long time, because some of them might have joint problems and stuff,
Yes.
impact forces and braking forces, and all this might have the effect on their legs and their body.
And yeah, depends on their age as well.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
But the important concept is the energy expenditure has to be high.
True.
If you don't want to, you want to eat your char kway teow, you want to eat all your mee rebus and all this, if you have a high energy expenditure, we might be able to get away with it.
Okay. What? Energy expenditure.
Yes.
Oh, we have a question from Sri Sumati Singhi.
Yes.
Ask about how long the durations to do high intensity exercise to decrease weight loss.
No, the thing is, very important thing is, a lot of people are going for high intensity exercise. But high intensity exercise have a lot of impact on your knees, and if you're obese, it's going to have a problem for you. So you have to do proper conditioning. So even when we started this institutionalized regimented training, we conditioned them for 10 weeks. So you have to prepare your body and also lose a lot of weight so your leg can take it. High intensity exercise is good, like what Stephen Kopecky was talking about, where it might affect your intra-abdominal fat. But how intense should I go? Must be very careful. So sometimes you have to go durational effect first before you go high intensity to protect yourself.
Yeah. So slowly increase.
Exactly. Progression.
Yeah. Progressions. Thank you. Any other question? Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for such an inspirational presentation, Prof. Bala. So
Thank you, Gary.
let's put hands together to
There's
big
another question.
ovation, applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe I will pass back the floor to the organizer for the next presentations by Dr. Kat Donnell. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gary. Thank you, our remarkable keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, that was inspiring presentation from our remarkable keynote speakers. As the speaker said, it is a wake-up call for all of us to put more efforts to support each other. Thank you again, Dr. Gary, to lead the discussion. So proceeding to the next agenda, in a brief moment, we will be having Professor Dr. We will be having Professor Dr. Jibal Sikaran from Singapore, and we would like to invite our beautiful moderator, Ms. Rina Ambar Dewanti. She graduated from doctoral program UPI Bandung, and her key competencies including national athlete for Women's Soccer SEA Games 2001 Malaysia, national athlete for several sport branches, lecturer, trainer, successful businesswoman in sport industry, and sport and for national and international conferences representing Ministry of Youth and Sports, Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Rina Ambar Dewanti.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank you for me to be here, a part of the international conference, Physical Education, Sport and Science. And then today we have a presenter from United States of America, Ms. Dr. Kat Donnelly. She is the CEO of Agentive, a woman-owned consulting firm using behavior scientific approach and emerging business. She is very successfully in the business nutrition. So this is your floor to you get the presentation. Thank you. Miss Kate, ready? Oh, maybe you can have a video to turn on the presentation of Dr. Kate. Because Indonesia and America, we have differences of the time zone. It's almost like 12 hours. Like today is like in the middle of the night. Probably she forgot or something. Sorry? Oh, okay. So we're gonna have a commercial break because maybe we have to prepare for information to get the video or to call her to stand by for video. Thank you.
Sekarang buka tabungan cukup dengan selfie. Rekening langsung jadi dan bisa dipakai transaksi. Mudah tarik tunai tanpa kartu. Semakin happy karena bisa bayar tagihan-tagihan rutin. Bayar zaman sekarang cukup scan kris. Untuk mama tersayang, kirim surprise pakai Dikado. Ada kartunya lagi. Cukup satu aplikasi, download mobile banking BNI. Gak pakai nanti. Untuk setiap generasi pandai yang punya rencana, Pegadaian mempersembahkan Gadai Harian. Gadai lebih fleksibel dengan tarif yang semakin terjangkau. Untuk gadai Rp1.000.000, kamu cukup membayar Rp900. Dengan beragam jaminan dan berbagai pilihan waktu pelunasan, siapkan rencanamu dan wujudkan mimpimu dengan Gadai Harian di Pegadaian.
Giling, gak bisa buka di luar.
Sabar, bayar pakai Livin. Cus, pesan makanan, jangan lupa didoain. Tadi belanja udah dilunasin belum? Sabar, transaksinya bisa dicicilin. Kartu hilang, gak usah mikir, langsung blokir. Mumpung Ramadan, uangnya disedekahin. Livin emang bikin hidup lebih asik.
Okay, thank you. So we invite the speaker from United States of America, Dr. Kate Donnelly. Please join with us, and floor is yours. Good morning, Dr. Kate. So please welcome for your presentation. It's early for you in your country, right?
It's actually late, and I apologize. I thought my presentation was in 12 minutes. So
Yes. Okay,
yes.
please.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of my screen. Here we go. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Should I start?
Please, you can start right now. Thank you.
Okay. First, let me apologize. Apparently, I had the wrong time. I thought my presentation was in 12 minutes. So Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Kat Donnelly, and I'm the founder and CEO of two companies. The first one is Azentive, which is focused on technology solutions and creating healthy food. And the second one is Empower Efficiency. Let's see if I can move that somewhere, probably. Can you see my slides? Hope so. The second is Empower Efficiency, which is focused on human solutions around healthy people, healthy places, like greenhouses, buildings, neighborhoods, things like that. So today I'm going to talk about holistic solutions. These are systematic solutions for solving systematic problems. And we're going to be doing this to address the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And so the view starts with wellness in particular, and then it broadens out because everything's interconnected. And we'll go from the academic research to the real world implementation best practices for large scale results.
So agriculture, we know agriculture has a huge impact for greenhouse.
Uh-oh. My goodness, I'm sorry. I don't know how to stop that. Okay. This is embarrassing a little bit. Okay, so agriculture. So probably everybody's aware that the agriculture industry has a huge impact on greenhouse gases, and that it controls a lot about how healthy the earth is and how healthy our people are. And in fact, wellness diets are healthier for the earth, and they're healthier for people and the animals and the soil and the air. So
Gases. And it also has an impact for how healthy the earth is and how healthy our people are. And so we already know that having a more plant-based diet is best for the planet, but it's only best for the planet if we're not growing with our old industrial chemical intensive farming methods. These industrial chemical methods have the highest emissions and
This is kind of a disaster. I think I'm just going to play my recording and I'm going to be quiet. And so that's how I'm going to do it. I'm really sorry, everybody. I apologize. Let me.
And they produce the lowest nutrient dense foods. So in other words, our food supply is depleting in nutrients. The nutrient density is depleting over time in our food supply, and it's pretty dramatic here. And so if we can get rid of these intensive farming methods that rely on chemicals, then we can not only reduce a fair chunk of the greenhouse gas emissions, but we can lead to wellness. And so we like to say, if you grow like nature, or in other words, if you emulate Mother Nature, who already knows how to grow food, and you grow locally, then you can address the 17 SDG. So this is a complex challenge. And the question is, how can we change our industrial chemical food supply and our people's lifestyles? We're gonna have to build up to it and change it over time. But no matter how we do it, and we've always gotta focus on both the human behavior side of it and the technologies. Doesn't matter what problem we're trying to solve. And this is always our North Star at our companies, at Empower and Azentive. So behaviors will make up some part, and often a huge part, of the approach, and technologies will also make up a part of that approach. So if we're trying to get people to make healthy eating choices, that's mostly behavioral. What are they doing? What policies are in place? And what decisions are they making? And what are their habits? But there's a little technology there to get this healthy food into the supply chain. And then if we go all the way down the continuum to these whole community solutions, it's about half and half of behavioral. You know, got to get the right policies and practices and decisions in, but we have to get the right technologies in as well, and make sure that we're doing a holistic approach. So Why is it important? I'm going to step back and tell you a little bit about human behavior. You probably know a lot of this, but this is very, very important because policies often assume that people will make rational choices. That people like to think we are Spock. I like to think of myself like Spock, where I'm rational, I'm controlled, I know all the information I need to know, and I'm analytical about my choices. That I know my preferences, that they're stable, they don't change, that they're in a certain order. First, I prefer this, then that. And then I always maximize my welfare returns. So in other words, I'm efficient and I'm taking care of myself. But we know that's not true. We all know deep down that people are irrational. But the good news is it's mostly predictable. In fact, we have a vague understanding of our preferences. We don't actually know exactly what we prefer. We're susceptible to all kinds of influences. The media, social media, our friends, what we did for someone last week, what they did for us last week, what we did last week. It's very difficult to make long-term choice making. So today for me to forego that donut because in 20 years my health is going to be better is a very difficult decision. It's the same thing with climate change. Our actions today don't have consequences until down the road. That's just difficult. And then choice is always constructed. So I make my decision to eat the donut and then I rationalize why I wanted to eat that donut. Well, I haven't had a donut in a couple weeks, or I deserve the donut because I worked out today, or I'm gonna work out today. Whatever it is, it's constructed. And finally, market conditions are never optimal. And when we think about food, that's absolutely the case. The lowest density, the lowest nutrient density foods are in the poorer areas of the world and in inner cities. They also have the highest supply of fast food restaurants and unhealthy food choices. It's just the economic and physical structural market conditions are not optimal. So what do we want to do? We know that 90% of human decisions happen here, more than 90%. Some researchers say up to 99%, 99.9% happen here. But since the programs focus here, we are assuming that people are effortless and that they can make these decisions fast and unconsciously, and that they have gut feelings and rules of thumb, which they do, but they don't match the programs. The programs require effortful thinking. They require us to be self-aware and slow and do deliberate analysis. And so just not serving us. And as we think about these automatic tendencies, I wanted to show this because, think of the last time you drove a car or went for a walk somewhere. You probably have, little snippets of memory of that event, but most of the thousands of decisions you made, do I step off this curb? Do I do this? Do I do that? Were done by your automatic brain. So we're all thinking of all these hobbies we're going to do at some point. I'm going to learn to play the guitar. I'm going to learn to play tennis. I'm going to learn to ride a skateboard. I'm going to go on vacation. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Life is filled with these infinite variety of opportunities. But there's this little thing over there, which is the same thing we always do. And guess what? That's our comfort zone. So making these decisions based on our past experiences, our intentions, in our automatic brain, and as importantly, or probably more importantly, the social, cultural, emotional, and structural. So when we create our programs, we're trying to cut through the old way of doing things and our old comfort zone and get people to get out of automatic brain. Just a little bit more about behavior, because this is very important. We are social creatures, first and foremost. These are the two things you can take away from this. And this social life is cultural specific. We do what other people do, fads, trends, fashion, everything that diffuses socially. It diffuses through word of mouth, and it diffuses by people sharing. And that's how this happens. So if you get the right champions on your side, you can diffuse anything, especially if you get them to put it in their words. The second thing is just personally, core values. We need a reason. We know that we need a reason. Although not everyone cares about climate change, everyone has core values that we can tap into. Maybe they're motivated by helping their neighbors, or maybe they just have a personal responsibility and they feel it's the right thing to do. There's all kinds of reasons why. So you need to find that emotional hook, that what's in it for me for each person. And that's context specific. It's specific to the challenge you're trying to address, and it's specific to their own environment and all kinds of things. So find out what they spend time and attention doing, because this is what they love. And so if you can tap into this 99% automatic brain, then you can change people's lifestyles. And how do you do this? So you build your programs recognizing that people have two things. They have different levels of motivation, which could be their awareness, their readiness, their knowledge, what they know about it, what their core values are, what their neighbors are doing. And they have different abilities to take action. Maybe I want to grow my own garden, but I don't know where to start, or I don't have the yard to do it, or any other structural things that are structural or mental things that are holding me back. So let's appeal to the automatic brain and make the social choice the default. That's how we do our new programs, and that's how we create culture change. So when we're building up widespread support, you start with individuals and find out what resonates with them. And then you have them spread this to their workplaces, their families, their friends, their neighborhoods, their communities. And before you know it, the word of mouth has reached a tipping point, and the movement is throughout the region, and you have a critical mass. It's really a beautiful thing to build up a social movement. We at Empower Efficiency have done this in 21 cities. Prior to Envision Charlotte, that I'm going to talk about right now, we did this in 14 towns in Connecticut, and that's a state in the United States. We had a lot of success there. And so we brought our program, we were asked to bring our program to Charlotte, North Carolina. This is a city of 75,000 employees, 2 million square meters of office space, and a lot of office buildings that were over 10,000 square feet. The energy savings goal was 5% through behavior change, how people interact with energy in their office building, and 15% through operational, like upgrades of air conditionings and things like that. And how did we do this? We did this by creating a grassroots program. It's all social. It was about building, websites, games, and social networking where people could get together. At the root of the program was an energy champion program where we trained 1,500 energy champions. These were our individuals. If you think back to the other graphic, they went out to their workplaces and spread the word. And how did they do that? They did that through the games that we created. And these games, we created toolkits and we gave them the ability. The motivation was the social, and the ability was giving them the toolkits they needed. They got their little crab shack. They got everything they needed to create the game, their stickers, everything they needed to do. It was very, very successful. Saw citywide results of saving 6.2% electricity in 18 months. So we ran the program, designed and ran the program for 18 months. Then we said, look, we're done here. You've got critical mass. You have a tipping point. In the meantime, the city has saved 21% electricity over the 5 years. And it's caught a lot of attention. And specifically, Empower was brought to California to do a similar program in 5 cities in California. What are the benefits of a program like this? It lowers environmental impacts, promotes healthy places to live, work, and play, showcases the city as a leader, it attracts businesses and jobs, it strengthens the economic base. All of these address the 17 United Nations goals. It's beautiful. So I'm going to switch gears just a little bit here and start talking a little bit about agriculture and regenerative food supply so that we can then get to the technology solutions and why. So essentially, the industrial chemical food supply is slowly poisoning humans and the earth. I have personal proof of this. I personally got very, very sick from our industrial chemical food supply and had to heal myself through intentional diets and et cetera. And many people around the world, this is happening too. So why do we want to unlock regenerative farming, both at the small scale and the commercial scale? And this is so we can grow healthy crops, we can decrease poisons in our food, in our earth, in our bodies, in our animals, preserve genetics. We all know our genetic supply is going down the tubes as our genetics get sicker and sicker because we're growing artificially. We want to increase the nutrient value of our food, which has plummeted since the 1950s. If we go indoors, we can grow food out of season. We can lengthen our seasons, and we can save resources when we're indoors, such as electricity, money, time, labor, compared to how it's being done today. I want to be clear that regenerative farming should be done outdoors whenever possible, but sometimes we do need to supplement that with indoor farming. So what are the regenerative agricultural methods? This is just at a high level. Again, it's just copying Mother Nature. She already knows what to do. So cover crops, putting other plants on there like trees and perennials. Always at the center of it is having living soil. Don't till things, let them slowly compost through. Use animals and mob grazing to help you with that. And when you do this, your food becomes medicine. We know for a fact that the healthiest, most nutrient-dense foods are grown like Mother Nature. They're nourished in both sunlight and living soil. So that's why at Azentiv, we started looking at what is the technology that can supplement these outdoor regenerative farms. And we're doing that and implementing the most efficient technologies and designs possible. One of the technologies is our indoor mini sun. It's literally a mini sun that we brought indoor. It's called the Sun on Demand, and I'll talk a little bit about that. We also have the technologies of how you design the buildings and the living soil structure. And this particular building is planned to be designed out of, I just forgot what it is. It's a basalt concrete. Sorry about that. It's basalt concrete technology. It's very, very lightweight and withstands extreme temperatures. And then we don't need much other systems with it, like air conditioning and other systems like that most greenhouses need. So we're building the most efficient buildings possible. So this is the electromagnetic spectrum of the sun, which is yellow. And then you can see the electromagnetic spectrum of the Sun on Demand. So we're copying the sun, we're biomimicking the sun as much as possible. This is 99% similar to the sun. And this is important because plants and humans use all of the electromagnetic frequencies of the sun, all the way from UV out to far infrared. And so when you grow artificially with LEDs or other lights, you're only getting a quarter of the sun's energy. We're providing 99% with these technologies. And why that's important is because we can support the outdoor farms. We can create indoor nurseries to support them. And we can also support indoor food production for over winter, for extending growing season, for getting plants ready to plant outside. And most importantly, it goes well beyond leafy greens. We can grow anything, anywhere, anytime. So you can have a variety of foods to build up immune system. How does this address a different SDG goal in energy savings? This is a study that we added on to from the US Department of Energy, and they wanted to know what the energy savings potential is of adding LEDs, having an all LED indoor farming. And you can see on the left column that today, or in 2017, we're using almost 6 terawatt hours of electricity on our indoor ag in the United States. And so they said, well, if we went all LED, we would reduce that by 40%. And so we at Azentiv said, well, wait a minute. What if you went all indoor sun? What happens then? You reduce energy by 80% compared to today, and by almost 65% compared to LEDs. It's a huge impact. It's from 6 terawatt hours down to 1.3 terawatt hours. And so it doesn't make sense to implement LED, because not only can you not get the nutrient density out of the plants, but you also can use a lot less energy with the sun on demand. It's a very beautiful system. Quickly, why else do we want sunlight? So when the workers are working under these lights, they have better physical health and vitality. And when they're working outdoors, by the way, of course, and they get their circadian rhythms managed, which also helps with plants. If you think about plants, they also sleep, and they don't sleep well under LEDs. You also see lifestyle diseases like obesity and diabetes that happen from these artificial lights, being under these artificial lights all day. And that's very important, as the coronavirus definitely targeted those types of people. And we're working to make people healthier. Helps with mental illness to be in sunlight. It increases the brain's release of serotonin, vitamin D, helps fight stress and boost mood levels. And think of plants. The same is exactly true for plants. It helps them be healthier, get rid of viruses and disease. It helps them modulate their own circadian rhythm and produce hormones and dairy metabolites. So the whole goal is to go local, to go regenerative, to use technology innovation, food marketplaces, public-private collaborations that focus on both behavior science and technology. And this will lead to lucrative economic and business models. Again, we're just positively scaling and addressing SDGs. My final 2 slides here is that the success of any program starts and ends with the people that are involved. So unlock the human potential, use technology, but rely on people, and use data, but translate it into people-friendly information. And wow, we really want to get the entire community moving in the same direction, addressing the SDGs and wellness goals, following the same set of social norms, and working collaboratively together. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, I'm back live.
For your presentation.
Oh, now I'm back live. You are welcome. Thank you for having me here.
It's not about the nervous because the time zones make you differences. I mean, like in the middle of night, you have to wake up and preparation your presentation. I'm sorry about that, but you did a good job. Good job. Okay.
Thank you.
Very interesting your presentation because you're talking about the nutrition, environment, the animal, the medicine, like we call like food is medicine, right? Is like the food production and community health is the program is recognized for the nourishing our body, generation, our community, and sustaining our in the world. Yeah. So before I go to the question and answer, would you? Is there any possible I can ask you for your presentation, Dr. Kate?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I'm happy to share it publicly, and it would go smoother if you just listen from start to finish.
Interesting about the automatic brain vs the rational thinking. You know, like as a human being, like we won't do what we think, we do it, but we never think about the long term after what we done. You know, we just, okay, I play guitar. You said that, okay, we play guitar. And then when I play guitar, maybe I take only like, it should be just one song, like I took like 3 minutes. And after that, I try to make another song. After that, I waste my time for like hours and hours play the guitar. But thinking about the weakness and benefit, you know, thinking about the rational thinking, oh, what about waste my time? I play like guitar for 3 hours, sitting and singing, nothing to do, you know, like, this is very interesting. as a mother, I know you are a mother, as good, you are a good mother. I mean, like as a mother, how to, we propose to the children to make the activity and then healthy. So can you give me a good example, the differences, like maybe the weakness of benefit, automatic brain, and rational thinking? Thank you, Dr. Kate.
Oh, that's a very good question. Thank you. There's a lot to unpack. There's a lot you included in that question, but sometimes it's great to be in your automatic brain. I mean, I find that meditation and just, not thinking and relaxing and taking time to, play the guitar and be creative is a beautiful part of life. And it's very, very important. And we should all take time for that self-care. And it also ties in, having physical exercise in your life and having time for wellness, personal wellness. The rational brain is useful when you want to disrupt and you want to stop and think very purposefully. I am doing a behavior that is not something that I want to do, but I still do it. Or it's a habit I have, something I want to break the habit. So that's where the rational brain is very useful, but it's hard to stay in the rational brain. We as humans tend to like to be in our emotional, social, creative, brain, automatic brain a lot. And that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kate. So now we have time for discussion or question and answer. So please, the audience, we have time you have another question. So please put your hands up or just turn on your voice so you can speak. Thank you. Any participant? Oh yeah, Miss Aryati from Indonesia, please. She's been a long time in America, in Minnesota University. Probably you know her. Take off the. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much. Hi. And I am interested with your research, especially when you're talking about the efficient of how the food will be effect of the behavior and the holistic situation, especially because Indonesia now started to do the local and do some of the food reproduction for the around community. So in your perspective of your energy efficient, let me share. I really want to know, and maybe everybody want to have some your knowledge, experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Aryati, for your question. Please, Dr. Kate, answer from Ms. Aryati. Thank you.
Let me think for a second. So I think what I'm gathering, and I don't know if it's completely your question, so feel free to ask a follow-up question, but your question might be, how do you get people more involved in growing local food? Is that a fair? So assuming that's the question, the way we found to be the most successful was to go, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay, because, yeah, the question is about the nutrition because the differences of the kind of the food from America to Indonesia. So maybe you can explain just about the easy nutrition.
Okay, so my recommendation would be to stick with the local foods that grow around you. Look to Mother Nature and see what foods she grows in your area and what plants grow together in nature, and copy her because she's already figured this out for your area of the world. And I think that many of the traditions are probably already available in your culture. And so you just need to seek those answers from your local viewpoint. Nutrients are developed through electromagnetic frequency. And so what that means is the sun is electromagnetic from UVB out to far infrared, and the soil is electromagnetic if it is alive. If it has microbes, little bugs, bacteria, and fungus. And the fungus is very important. It's the communication lines, like the internet, through the soil. And so the sun and the plant and the soil communicate, and they create the nutrients. And so if you grow exactly like we've seen done since the beginning of time, like nature, get rid of your chemicals, not you, but the industrial food system, get rid of chemicals and grow naturally. Use your other plants to create the nutrients for the soil because they work together in symbiosis. And I can tell you know all of this already. So that's beautiful. Did that answer your question?
Yes, I think the customized of in your area and in Indonesia, because you're talking about the energy and how to manage the plant to work and to grow healthy. I know that's what you really help us. And I know I had experienced a little bit, went down with her farmer, and if they don't plant the same plant, it will be impact of the insect or the other product or the other fruit or vegetable. So that's why I get it what your point actually has to be the same to be healthy for the vegetable to get effective for the food to be healthy. Thank you very much.
Yes, and
Thank you.
you can put cover crops, which are companion plants that grow, and just look outside and see what happens, near your area, which cover crops grow with other cover crops. And the last thing I might recommend is to get a healthier immune system. It's good to eat the rainbow. So I'm sure you've probably heard this, that's good to eat food from all different colors of the rainbow so that you match all the needs in your body and your immune system. It builds your immune system to do that. And it's nice if you can eat outside because the sun also builds your immune system.
For audience, well, very interesting. Dr. Kate, another question, please. Yeah, another question, Dr. Kate. We in the live here in Indonesia, so some audience live.
Hi,
here.
hi, Dr. K. It's nice to have your presentation. Then, it's very good. Then, one question from me. Then, can you make something customize from your ideas, and then everybody can follow it? You with me?
What
I'm saying, how you customize your ideas.
Oh, for the local community?
That's
How
right.
do I customize?
That's right.
That's a long process. That's a research process that takes about 6 months. But you can do it faster because you're local. So there's a few steps to it. One, get to know what organizations exist that have similar missions and visions and goals.
You mean
Two,
that the teachers should be understand about that. The teachers.
yeah, you should also have good teachers. Yes, agreed. And that's a trusted messenger. So first you find the organizations and then you find the individuals, the trusted individuals in the community. So who are the people that, if I want advice, who do I go to? And you find out who this is. It could be the news, it could be the local council person, it could be an elder, it could be a faith-based, find out who those people are and collaborate with those organizations and those people. And then third, this one's harder, is try to tailor your approach to your audience, to your participants. So what words are they using? What social norms do they care about? What core values do they have? What's in it for me? What's in it for me? What's their reason to want to participate? And over the years of research, I've found that in the United States, at least, that people, almost every walk of life, almost, whether they're red, blue, male, woman, young, old, they usually respond to, it's the right thing to do. Most people respond to that. And so that can be the center of your messaging. It's the right thing to do. It helps everyone. It helps, something like that. So those would, in a nutshell, that would be, a way to do it. You should also get involved with your policymakers because, you're trying to make changes. So you want to change the policy from the top down and have supportive policy. So.
Okay, then. Thank you very much.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Kate, you mentioned about the rainbow. Very interesting word. I mean, okay, we eat fruit with the color of the rainbow. So we eat the vegetable with the rainbow. This is why I did in my life. So I did not I'm not doing wrong. So I mean, the differences of the color of the fruit, the differences of the color of the vegetable, that's take a lot of benefit with all the differences of vitamins. So this is why I do, since I understand from university in the undergraduate. So my lecture said, eat this thing, eat those things. So until right now, I eat, like you said, like a rainbow. Also, the interesting when we put on the plate with the differences of the color that make it taste very good and feel good. Yeah, thank you also for your information. So another question probably from the audience. We can see from the other screen, maybe if you want to push your hands up or you turn on your unmute the voice. Says many participants from another country, another town in Indonesia. There is I have one question. How do you recommend to you plague control? That's the question.
What kind of control? Bug? Did you say bug control?
Yes.
Ah. Okay, so we recommend making sure the plant is healthy so that the plant, because the plant has, if you have a healthy plant
Yes.
that is nourished with sunlight and living soil and not chemically fed, it has a stronger immune system. And so what happens is plants are very intelligent and they actually have more genes than humans. I think they have 35,000 genes in a grain of rice versus 25,000 for humans. Don't quote me on that exact amount, but that's approximate. And so the plants communicate with each other that certain infestations are happening, and they release what are called terpenes and pheromones to warn each other. And they often sacrifice one of their own plants to handle that infestation. The other way you can do it is you can bring in a decoy plant, and that's a companion plant that you put. Oftentimes, beans are used, like string beans or beans like that. But you should look for your environment. You know, it's probably different in your environment, and that plant will take the sacrifice of the bugs instead of the plant you're trying to grow. For me, a much bigger problem are the little animals that eat my garden. There's a lot of them, and I don't want to poison them, and I don't want to kill them. So, so far I'm trying kitties, two little feral cats, and see how that works, and owls and other raptor birds, big hawks and things like that. I'm attracting those to the yard. So, yeah. Those and by the way, I am not an expert in living soil. That is a whole lifetime of study to understand. So there are other natural methods of fighting pests that I don't even know about. So definitely look into that. But as we think about, at least here in the United States, the number of people that are using antibacteria cream because of COVID, and what that's doing is killing their microbiome. So that's hurting the immune system. Well, the same is true of plants. If they don't have a gut in their living soil, their immune system is compromised as well. And if they don't have sunlight, their immune system is compromised as well. We learned early on in studying viruses that if you go outside, not only does it inactivate the virus quickly, the UV, the sunlight does, but it also builds your vitamin D3, which is one of the most important things you can do for your immune system. So that's another way to fight bugs and pathogens and viruses, is just that healthy gut.
Okay. Oh, very complete answering. Very happy. Okay, I think we have another question, Dr. Kate. You're very famous. Everybody like it.
Oh, well, thank you. And thank you for being forgiving of my technology.
Very interesting because so much different Asia and America, but we are very interesting. So it's another question from Sheni from Indonesia. Please take your floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and especially to Dr. Kate. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, I would like to know, you told us that you try to do the we are not doing the industrial or chemical food supply, but what if the athletes, the nutrition for the athletes, when they got the supplement things to give them more energy or more nutrition to do the physical activity that they need, because the nutrition for the athletes has more supplement than the real vegetables, the real foods, like the amount of how many foods they have to earn for their body. How about it? Like,
Yes.
I mean, is that the supplement good enough for them, or what about the normal people? Can we also use the supplement, or we just need to eat that the real food? I mean, the real food that grow by
Yeah.
itself like that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's
I think
a
Dr. Kate
very
request
key question.
just
So in the United States, when we started using chemicals like Roundup, which is glyphosate, I think Michelle talked about that. Dr. Michelle talked about that earlier. It's essentially, it's hurting the plant's ability to create nutrients. And so because the plant is not creating nutrients, like maybe it's creating 50% of the nutrients it used to. And then the plants are old, right? When my parents and my grandparents ate food, they cut it out of the garden and they ate it. It didn't take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to arrive and be eaten. So when you do that, the nutrients in the plant are gone. Yeah, they're not completely gone, but 80, we don't know the percent. It's high. 80% of nutrients are gone with old food. It's better to eat it fresh. That's why we're talking about growing it locally without the chemicals. And so I take supplements. I take several supplements. I take D3, I take B12, I take iron, and I take a probiotic every day. And I'm not recommending that for anyone. If you can get enough sun, you don't need D3. I have, I burn pretty easily. And anyway, think about it for yourself. But another thing that's very important for the body to be able to use the vitamins is in the plants or in your supplement is that the water in your body is balanced. And in the United States, doctors never talk about this. I have never had a medical doctor tell me your pH of your water in your body is out of balance. But we should keep that pH at a 7.3, 7.4, and that helps us uptake our nutrients better. So anyway, these are some of the things that, Native people have known for a long time, and people that live off the land are more respectful of. But our industrial chemical food supply is not allowing nutrients to be delivered to our plate. And so that's why the supplemental vitamin and nutrient industry has really grown, right, in the past, 50 years.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Sandy,
thank you.
You happy for the answer? Yeah. We're talking with the expert.
We have a problem on our hands. It's time for us. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Once again, thank you, Dr. Kate. We very appreciate you here today, and then a lot of questions. Today you are famous for the presenter with your presentation. Yeah. So
thank you.
Once again, thank you for Professor Dr. Ming Kai Chin, the advisor this conference, and then all the committee, the teamwork, the hard work, being couple days, a couple months, a years for preparation in a pandemics like this. So under the leader, Professor, it's not Professor yet, Dr. Susilo, who the one, the leader, our committee, and today is almost the last day. So once again, thank you, Dr. Kate, and then everybody have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was two beautiful, inspiring women we had. Thank you, Dr. Ambarwati and Dr. Kate Donnelly. And And in a short moment, in a few moments, we will be having a symposium. And here with us, already joined, Professor Dr. Ricardo Uvinha. I will explain a little brief background from Dr. Ricardo Uvinha. He is Associate Professor of the Graduate Program in Tourism, Leader of the Interdisciplinary Group of Leisure Studies, and Associate Dean of the School of Art, Science, and Humanities, University of Sao Paulo, USP, Brazil. Dr. Ricardo Uvinha is the author of several articles and books in his country focused on tourism and leisure. He is strongly committed to projects that focus on the development of tourism and leisure studies in Brazil, mostly in the Sao Paulo region and related to the sport tourism and sport mega events. Former president of the Brazilian Association for Leisure Studies, and he also former vice president of the World Leisure Organization. He was the chairman of the 15th World Leisure Congress and has attended academic and professional meetings in more than 50 countries. Wow. Hello, Professor Ricardo Uvinha. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So please, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a wonderful presentation. I'm so glad to be here. I want to share my screen so I can introduce my colleagues as well. So just a second here. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yep, it's visible.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for being here for this symposium number 5. This symposium brings a lot of topics that I want to show you. But before that, I would like to thank Professor Min Kai-shing and Dr. Susilo for this wonderful invitation. It's wonderful to be here. Actually, it's 1 a.m. in the morning here in São Paulo, Brazil. And I'm so excited to be here. Even though it's early in the morning, but I'm so excited to talk about leisure, to talk about physical activity, health promotion, but including some interesting topics like sports, dance, meditation, new spirituality, health habits, well-being, quality of life. So as you can see, you have several topics here, and I'm not alone. I have here Demet Tekin. She's from Turkey. I'll introduce her later. And also Zasyu Din. She's from China. And 2 colleagues from Colombia, from South America. Juan Eduardo Cespedes Longo and Maria Paula Cespedes, both from Colombia. So this is the team for this symposium number 5. So I'm going to start this presentation talking about leisure time, physical activity, and health promotion and overweight among young people. This is a case study in São Paulo, Brazil. Just moving here, almost 6 years ago, I was in Indonesia, in Jakarta, for this conference. Was this international conference in 2015, and we have here and Susilo, Min Kai-shing, Professor Bala, and other colleagues all together 6 years ago. It was a wonderful moment together in Jakarta, and I had a chance to present my work with some great colleagues at that time. So I'm very grateful to be here again 6 years later and sharing this symposium number 5. Here is my background, and I come from physical education, but I think it's important to say that I had a chance to develop some relations with leisure, especially in connecting leisure with physical education, sports, and tourism. So I can say that I'm not only from health, but also from social sciences as well. In Brazil, leisure is connected to social science. So it's a good way to connect health and social science. I think this is very important to say because I'm going to talk about youth. And as I told you, I come from Brazil. I'm not sure if you're aware where Brazil is, but we are in South America, and Colombia is in South America as well. So Brazil is one of the 23 countries we have here in South America. So this is Brazil. And in Brazil, Brazil is a huge country. Our language is Portuguese, and we have more than 200 million people. And when we talk about obesity, when we talk about young people, we should consider Brazil is a huge country with different cultures and different societies among a huge society called the Brazilian one. Here I'm just showing the place just right now is São Paulo state, is this place. And in São Paulo, we have the University of São Paulo. So this study was developed in the University of São Paulo with our research group. And in our university is almost 100,000 students, and we have physical education, sports, and health promotion. Is a good topic we have here in the University of São Paulo, and it's quite impressive because we have almost 100,000 students studying for free, no tuition fees at all, supported by the state government. Here's some information about my university as well. So I'm talking about that because I'm giving you a background about the state of São Paulo, my university, and the way you are dealing with this topic of health promotion and young people, and the way that we can connect in terms of research with this topic. So as probably you have in your university as well, we have beautiful place to swim and to practice some sports, but also to research. And in Brazil, sports, health promotion, they are very good topics to research. Here, we have here my students from my research group, and we had a wonderful opportunity, including the topic with youth and sports, but a wonderful opportunity to research the sports mega events we had in our decade. Starting from Rio 2007 was the Pan American Games, going to the Military War Games in 2011, the Confederations Cup 2013, the FIFA World Cup in 2014, and also the Olympics and Paralympics Games in Rio in 2016. And now we have the CONMEBOL America's Cup here in Brazil. Even though we have COVID-19 hitting Brazil very hard, they decided to host another sports event. But anyway, we have a huge impact in 55 sectors, including sports and wellness, the leisure industry, among others. So when we're talking about young people, we are talking about sports and health promotion. We couldn't ignore the sports mega events we had in Brazil, because it was a wonderful time to collect some data and to discuss this topic. And Brazil is part of the BRICS nation. We call the BRICS nation Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And it's not a coincidence that we have Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and so many sports mega events all together in the BRICS countries. We had Beijing 2008 for the Olympic Games, the FIFA World Cup in South Africa in 2010, Russia 2018, the World Cup, and also the Commonwealth Games in India. And as I told you, so many events in Brazil in this decade. And I think it's important to say that we have a connection, a very strong connection with the BRICS Association. We had a conference here in 2017. Some of these colleagues, they are here, they had a chance to attend this event in Santos, Brazil, and was a wonderful moment to connect Professor Min Kai-ching from China, but also Professor Maria from Russia, Professor Khanna from India, and Professor Hans de Rieder. So we have here some colleagues connecting the BRICS countries, or the BRICS Association. And all this background is to connect with this title of my presentation here: leisure time, physical activity, health promotion, and overweight among young people, a case study in São Paulo, Brazil. Actually, this particular research was a master dissertation developed by Alípio Jr. I was the supervisor of this master dissertation, was in the graduate program in physical activity science here in the University of São Paulo, in the research area, physical activity for health promotion. São Paulo is predicted to be the 5th wealthiest city by 2025, according to The Economist. And most of this discussion is related to health promotion and physical activities, some public areas, but also with leisure. This word leisure, or leisure, if you prefer, connecting with health promotion and sports. This is very important, as you can see, connecting with young people. I'm just bringing here some information regarding leisure. Leisure is part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, especially their Article 24, when they say everyone has the right to rest and leisure, including reasonable limitation of working hours and periodic holidays with pay. But also the Article 27, everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. So we can see here, leisure is an important topic for the human rights. But also in our constitution, the Brazilian constitution, we have leisure understood as a social right, a situation also assured in virtually all state laws and municipal organs of Brazil. So leisure is part of our constitution. When we're talking about leisure among young people, leisure is part of our Brazilian constitution. And here are some main facts I think is very important to say. And also to connect with the, for instance, Bala's presentation, because Professor Bala, he brought some interesting information about Singapore and about obesity. So we have here in Brazil, 45.9% of Brazilians, almost 50% of the Brazilians are sedentary. More than 50% of Brazilian youth, aged 12, 18, they are overweight and obese. And also, we have physical inactivity is a global pandemic and requires urgent public health intervention, also in Brazil, of course. And several initiatives have been taken to overcome this situation in Brazil. I'm sure in Singapore, I'm sure in the United States, we have in Indonesia, but in Brazil, this is a global pandemic. We have the COVID-19, of course, but overweight and obesity is a very important issue we have here in Brazil. So our study was linked to the young people between these 12 and 18 years to engage in physical activity as a leisure option. So here you're talking about physical activity, not with sports performance. You're talking here about sports and leisure, with no commitment with performance at all. So you're trying to investigate how young people is connected with sports and leisure. And we had a chance to visit, or we had a chance to research this program called Sesc Verão. This word verão in Portuguese means summer. So Sesc, I'm going to explain what Sesc is, but verão means summer. It's a special program in summertime in Brazil. Regarding materials and methods, this study made use of qualitative methodological approach. So we carry out a field survey with young people between 12 and 18 years, linked with this program called SESC Summer or SESC Verão, and also the managers of this program. So we connected with the young people and we connected with the managers as well. So SESC stands for Social Service of Commerce. It's a Brazilian non-profit institution related to businessmen and the trade of goods, services, and tourism. So actually we have several units, sports facilities supported by SESC. It's not public, it's not private, it's both. Actually we have both public and private together, supported by the Social Service of Commerce. SESC supported a conference here in 2020 entitled São Paulo Health and Wellness Forum. We had a wonderful chance to discuss this topic related to wellness, good health, well-being, especially linked to the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, good health and well-being. As you can see here, we have Professor Mika Shin, Stephen Kopek, Professor Bala, Ian Kupan is here, and also Kate Donnelly and Hans de Reader, Nara Oliveira, among others. So I had a chance to bring all these people together to discuss good health and well-being for people, but also for young people as well. And as I told you, good health and well-being was our main approach, and SESC at that time supported this initiative for this conference. And this program in particular, SESC Verão, as I told you, is SESC Summer. Our summertime is January and February. So for Brazil, it's just like, you know, the moment. It's a brilliant moment. It's a beautiful moment. People go to the beach, people go to the swimming pool. And in this case, we had the young people going to the SESC units, to the swimming pool, to gather with other young people, to connect with some other colleagues, and to practice some gymnastics and sports, and leisure here all the time was the main topic. So my student, he had a chance to connect with these young people, collect some data, and bring some findings from this data. But I think it's important to say that leisure for us here in this particular research, you are connecting with several authors, especially Geoffrey Dumazedier is a French researcher, and you are connecting with this word divertissement in French, or entertainment in English. So this French sociologist, he brings that you can connect with entertainment in your free time, in your spare time, relate with artistic activities, social activities, manual activities, intellectual activities, but also physical and sports activities. My student, myself, we were investigating about this topic, physical and sports. Of course, we are not ignoring the other topics, but our main topic was the relation between young people, leisure, physical, and sports. And some findings here. Young people have an interest in physical activity as a leisure option, for sure, for sure. Of course, we have a very strong connection with young people and sports performance. In our country, especially football, especially soccer, the Brazilian people, they love soccer. They love soccer. But in this case, we found that leisure, non-performance sports, they are preferable for the young people than a sports performance. So we're quite surprised to hear that from young people. Also, this program called SESC Verão or SESC Summer, this program brings several attributes. They can attract young people. They can attract special program infrastructure, some leaders, in these activities, so we are quite impressed about the program. They offer this program every year in January and also February. Excuse me. And the potential for young people reality. So we have some physical activities that young people, they can experience during the Sesc Verão program, and they can carry this experience for the whole life. So we call this lifelong learning. They can learn as a young people, age 12, 13, and they can carry these values related to physical activities in leisure time for the whole life. So we could capture these three main findings from the young people. Of course, we have some limitations of this study. The first one was the qualitative nature of the research. You are talking about a specific reality. You are talking about a specific program called Sesc Summer or Sesc Verão. Of course, we cannot talk about the whole Brazil and saying that the young people in the whole Brazil, they are behave in the same way that Sesc Verão. So the generalization of the youth in Brazil is not possible. But we have here a portion of young people, almost 100 people here were interviewed, age 12, 18. So we have, a qualitative group here. And it's not possible to include all the Sesc units of the state of São Paulo in our research. We included some units, the best ones. The people prefer some units than others. So we choose that one that we can bring a lot of people to interview, the busiest ones. We deliver this research. So, of course, this is a limitation because we are not talking about the whole state of São Paulo. The whole state is 42 million people. It's a big one. The state of São Paulo is a big one, but this is an important limitation. Finally, I want to highlight that you're talking about all the time leisure in our group because we are actually the interdisciplinary group of leisure studies here at the University of São Paulo. Here we have some members. Usually we bring some grants for this leisure topic, and this research is especially connected with GL, Interdisciplinary Group of Leisure Studies. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you can enjoy this presentation. Of course, I will be available to answer some questions later. So now I can move for the next presenter. Thank you very much for this time and your attention for this presentation. Just a second here. Yep. Thank you. So now we can move calling our Colombian colleagues. We have here Juan Eduardo Cespedes Londono, and also we have Maria Paula Cespedes. Just a brief presentation. Juan Eduardo Cespedes Londono, he's from Colombia. He's the CEO at Pharma, researcher and consultant, and scientific advisor at International Symposium on Epidemiology. And Professor Maria Paula Cespedes, she's from Colombia as well. She's the coordinator of the Hospital Pedagogy Program and founder of Diversia, Diverse Psychology Community in Colombia. So Maria Paula and Juan Eduardo, please have the floor, and I wish you a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ricardo, and good morning for everyone at this 6th ICFES. This is Juan Eduardo Cespedes Londono and Maria Paula Cespedes. we share that we are colleagues and we also all are family members. So we are going to share with you reflections on neo-spirituality. The challenge is not how to live longer, but to make sense out of living. Thank you very much. We are coming from Colombia, Latin America, as Dr. Ricardo shared with you, and we are really thrilled to be here sharing with you at this fifth symposium during our 6th IPES. Okay, so health and well-being. Health and well-being is something we all want to share and to restore with this. I will want to introduce to Dr. Juan Eduardo.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you our ideas regarding neo-spirituality. Let me begin by saying that the ideas behind this topic are derived from personal experience, from studying the history and evolution of Western ideas, and of course, science, especially recent neuroscience validating millennial-old theories and applications. Before we go into more detail about the neo-spirituality, an obvious question that comes to our minds is how it is different from the traditional idea of spirituality. Broadly speaking, spirituality is an old idea that evolved from Plato's theory of the forms or ideas, which were then incorporated into various philosophical and religious currents, including Neoplatonism, Christian theology, and various forms of mysticism, including Sufism, Kabbalism, and Gnosticism. Although tons of pages have been written on spirituality, they all stem from a common thesis, something which is transcendental to the physical world and rests on a higher form of wisdom. It follows then that we must therefore strive to reach somehow that ultimate level of wisdom, God, according to Christian theology. One path is through meditation, including mindfulness meditation, yogi meditation, spiritual meditation, focus meditation, movement meditation, various other forms of meditation. In contrast to this top-down process, in an attempt to describe it in more simple terms, we can move in the opposite direction, bottom-up. This alternative path to knowledge and wisdom is, in fact, the central thesis behind the scientific way of thinking initiated by Aristotle. Well, in reality, before him by Hippocrates and the natural philosophers. The key assumption behind science is that there is nothing beyond the physical world and that it can be accessed by the human mind through observation and reasoning based on facts and empirical evidence. This perspective leaves no room to spirituality, at least the way it has been understood traditionally. Hence, the term neo-spirituality embedded in the title of our lecture. Let me pause here for a minute to share with you the screen. Okay, here it is. Raphael's famous painting, The School of Athens, beautifully depicts the contrasting views between Plato and Aristotle that have shaped our Western thinking culture and continue to influence it to our days. Note that Plato's index finger is pointing upwards, while Aristotle's hand is face down. A word of caution is in order. Perhaps these two minds are not at odds with each other, as some authors suggest, and actually represent an alternative perspectives of a very complex and chaotic reality. Bear in mind that Plato, who was a mathematician, was addressing a largely illiterate public using metaphorical language in an attempt to explain highly abstract ideas. Henceforth, I wonder if Plato was just trying to say, in simple terms, that the universe is governed by physical laws that are still being unraveled. In this case, Plato and Aristotle view the world in complementary ways, which is the key assumption behind neo-spirituality. Aristotle, after all, was a biologist and the son of a physician. I will now hand it to my colleague, Maria Paula Cespedes. She will further elaborate our ideas on neo-spirituality.
Thank you, Dr. Cespedes. So this is what we want to share with you. Health and well-being is a community responsibility for us and a relational responsibility, our common health. In this way, we think that to gain this consciousness is a basic skill for adaptation in this new world that we are creating right now, nowadays. Therefore, we need to get these abilities such as self-regulation, adaptation to change, integrity, equilibrium, communication, and sustainability of wellness. But how do we gain these skills? We think that health and education have to be integrated, as Aristotle and Plato in this beautiful painting, in order to acquire these abilities. For us, one of the best ways is that we gain these abilities since childhood, and this converts in the ability to cope. This health education integration can be done in different contexts, but especially the family context, the school context, and of course, the medical scenarios and hospital contexts. So this is also the new proposal for the health definition, and it's very important to make it through. What can we do to teach these skills during lifetime, during development? Our first argument is that neo-spirituality has to be acted through, especially through cooperation, and in a meaningful way. So, but this is very difficult, because since pandemic revolution, we have noticed that one of the best way of getting along with difficulties has been the cooperation, the collaboration. And relating with each other in this way needs a very important skill, which is empathy. Empathize is not such a dramatic thing to do, but it's a tremendous thing to gain in the action, in the daily life, cooperativity and empathy. This derives in moral intelligence and, of course, communicational skills, which is very hard to acquire. And this then results in networking and collaboration, connecting with ourselves, with cardiac coherence, and with each other, really with each other, empathizing, potentiates our neo-spirituality. Okay, so what is this of neo-spirituality and around analytical meditation? Our second argument is that for this transformation of well-being in community, to become healthier communities, the proposal is to acquire the analytical meditation techniques and rational mindsets. For Buddhism, as Dr. Cespedes says, this is like a higher step, as we understood it, from meditation, as it is a little bit more diverse from different cultures, which is the mindful awareness of the present moments, and analytical meditation give us this other stage of observation and awareness. It is the practice of metacognition. It is the questioning, the reasoning, as Dr. Davidson says in our quote, to know a little bit more about how we are feeling our emotions, how we are thinking, and to look how these thoughts affect our thinking and our intuition and our learning and all the ways we construct narratives and then therefore performing our rational mindsets. This constructs our realities, and this is deriving or not in well-being. Analytical meditation can be this route to metacognition and to help us be aware of the need to improve our critical mind, our critical thinking, and to go through the path of wellness. So there are three main things about analytical meditation we want to share with you and we have learned. The first one, the mindful practice we are nowadays more used to, and which is to focus and in a highly and active way on the present moment, and is, well, the basic of meditation as we all know it. But there is another thing is helpful, that is the skillful deduction. As Dr. Cespedes proposed, it could be also skillful induction. This is the step which we analyze and we accept or not the concept. This is the moment we activate our metacognition. And then the third moment will be the critical thinking, the questioning, the doubt, which requires skills and which requires as a transversal attitude to keep on questioning. We want to share with you this because in our third argument, and it's very emotional to share this with you, is that one of our greatest transformation, not just as colleagues, but as family members, there has been a long tradition over the years that is mountain bike riding as a practice in which we acquire analytical meditation skills during physical activity and family enjoyable practice. This has influenced over the years our micro community, which is our extended family, and different generations to well-being. This mountain bike riding tradition has some ingredients that they're very important to share. First of all, it is an enjoyable practice. It's always an adventure. We communicate during the practice, questioning about life, generating this skillful deduction or induction. And this includes intergenerational mentoring with philosophical discussions around the table or around the mountain bike riding. Discussions that have taught us to develop our own critical mind and arguments. And in this way, we have become a positive family pressure for us, the youngest, towards well-being. Finally, this experience we are sharing gives sense to our experience, and it's helpful to make decisions, to acquire copying skills, and so more. Another habit or point we want to say about this neo-spirituality is healthy working habits. We all know that all healthy habits are needed, especially nowadays. But we want to emphasize in healthy working habits, especially during this pandemic lockdown times, because we've seen, especially during this time, that time management around work is nowadays something we have to take in account. We need to rest. Definitely, we need to give us the permission to rest. Rest in the not doing or meditation. Sharing quality time with others. Co-creating diverse routines. Scheduling our times for diverse activities if necessary. Time management and boundaries for ourselves with work, it's very important. This gives us productivity and efficiency. The fifth point in this new spirituality approach is around life-changing and healthy habits in stress management and emotional intelligence. This is a major aspect for our cardiovascular health and for our relational well-being, and knowing how to manage our emotions can derive in healthier communities, of course. There are various ways of learning and teaching how to enhance our emotional intelligence and stress managing. Most of all are simple things, very simple things, like breathing, breathe, and not doing, for example. Learning how to be okay with the not doing and all these checklists we are always trying to complete. Second point is for this adaptation to change, there is no longer just a need of creativity and flexibility in our brain development or a way of analyzing. There is a need of disruption, a total change of paradigm. We are now seeing empty offices and full laptops of images of reunions, meetings, webinars, and all this way that we are relating right now. But I want to ask to all of you, what new ideas or disruptive ideas can we develop now to enhance well-being and life quality? Think of disruption in this new virtual world as we are experiencing. I think this we are doing right now is one of the answers it could be. And I invite you all to take it to your pillow this evening and meditate it through analytical meditation. Our second idea is that for this new spirituality perspective, relating to life is that it's important not to take the gift of life for granted. This is something that mindfulness teaches, and we are alive, and babies knows that, and newborn knows that, and children knows that. But how is it possible that for us as adults, we forget it in the urgency of time and routines? We think as family and as colleagues that in the community, all these 7 points we have shared and presented today can help us maintain health, well-being, desire, motivation to move, exercise, and to be alive. We think this motivation can derive in healthy habits, for example. And this is a very important thought to remember. It is simple. We think it's simple, but it's complex as well. And it's very difficult to sustain. We get stuck with these to-dos checklists, routines, exigencies, tons of very important things to analyze and thoughts that we are paying attention because they are very important, but later we forget them. And then we rest a little bit, we breathe, and after some time, we get awareness, and time has passed, maybe without this mindful awareness, and maybe without saying hello to each other, to seeing to the eyes, and looking to our community. Simple things, simple things. That's what we think from our family and colleagues' experience in the construction of this spirituality, we use the prefix neo because we wanted to assure not to connect the concept with religious way of thinking only. The construction of this spirituality or neo-spirituality around family can help other communities. It has helped us as family and as scientists, and we for sure now are very thrilled to share it with you. So to finish this presentation and to conclude, and thanking you all for paying attention to us, we want to share something about our culture, Colombia. In the Colombian culture, feeding each other and sharing rituals around food and music is very important. In our work, we have thought that the youngest and their families healthy habits through cultural rituals. For example, the going to a party and using costumes and dancing and sharing fruits as a rainbow, like our colleague previously said. These traditions help us reconnect with self-care and well-being. Neo-spirituality for us definitely has to end up in self-care. And in this is an educational and a community issue. And this derives as an integrative perspective. Thank you all for listening, for sharing this time with us, from Colombia to the world.
Oh, Maria Paula, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And also thank you, Juan Eduardo, for this presentation as well. So now we have a Xiaxuo Ding. Not sure if she's here already. Ms. Ding?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, first of all, I'd like to introduce Ms. Ding, Xiaxuo Ding. Not sure if I'm pronouncing this pronunciation is accurate, but Ms. Ding, she's from China, and she's the expert of culture and health preservation and cultivation, founder of Marianne Yi, Sino-French Cultural Association, pioneer for Qigong in International Olympic Committee and aesthetic of international energetic arts. So thank you very much, Dr. Ding. The floor is yours.
Everybody can see my screen now?
Yes,
yeah?
yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. May I start?
Yes, you can start, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Here's I'm in France this morning, so I'm happy to be here. During this special period, it is necessary and important to express the beauty and the aesthetics about the internal energetic arts, Taiji Qigong. Because this period increases much human anxiety, isolation, etc. So we do need mutual emotional support, mutual connection, and focus on the body-mind health development, create a harmonious living state and a global integration. This is me, one Taiji magazine, Europe. This is my association created in 2013 in order to promote Chinese martial arts and Chinese culture to the world. This is some interview from Chinese national TV and broadcast. The term aesthetics originally comes from the West. According to the Western art history, the Asian European arts all refer to the pursuit of harmony. It is a bit similar to our Chinese traditional conception about beauty, hence they are different. At first, I will show my personal video I have edited about one of Qigong routine, 八段锦, 8 section exercises, and wanted to share an intuitive and vivid moment with you. It contains almost all the main points of my today's speech. Let you feel first and experience it. Then you are welcome to join me in question and answer section.
Oh, Miss Ting, you are not seeing the video, just listen to the music, right?
Yeah. Do you see the video?
No, we cannot see your video, please.
It's not working the video, just the music.
I see, sorry. So what I can do?
Yeah, not sure. Perhaps you can just jump this part, not sure about it. Or if the host can play the video.
Videos cannot share. Oh, why?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a
doesn't matter.
beautiful music,
So I go.
beautiful music, but not the video.
Okay, I see. How I can close it? Okay. We go next. This is some of the demonstration in Tokyo, Singapore. So just showing some performance about martial arts and Tai Chi Qigong. This is my demonstration in Singapore for French festival, cultural festival. So Tai Chi Qigong as a crystallization of Chinese civilization. With my study and exploration, the beauty of Tai Chi Qigong includes several factors. Now you are seeing these pictures explain what is Tai Chi and Qigong. The factor one is the physical body. The physical beauty that people are pursuing mainly has two aspects. One, the healthy level of the functions of the various organ system of the human body. Two, the coordinated and well proportioned development of the human body. So this is also another photo shot in outside. Factor 2, the exercises moments with the music. Just before, I want to show in the video which I edited last year. Well, now I can explain more. The exercises and movements are combining with the songs, the music, and sometimes recite a poem. There are quite popular and outstanding methods for teaching and demonstration. This is a short sub demonstration. The body and mind can be adjusted and achieve the state of optimal healthy balance, mild, calm, and joy. And factor 3 is the posture, forms, and the motions. In Tai Chi Qigong, we have various routine postures, movements, which manifest the several factors of the beauty of coordination and fluidity, the beauty of melody, rhythm, and rhythm, the beauty of strength and flexibility, and explosive force, etc. This is also the short demonstration. An example, my teaching contents must be arranged scientifically and rationally to coach my students. We should be consciously cultivating habits and disciplines to focus a good body posture and improve the movements, awareness, and gradually achieve accurate postures, clear rhythm, easy and natural breathing in order to complete the proper movements, so that the practitioners will be more fit, dignified, and magnanimous and generous. This point also very important for teaching the young kids. They need proper basis and good understanding. The factor 4 is uniforms. The general traditional dresses must be comfortable, not much tights, mainly made by cotton and linen. If for demonstration or performance, we do dress in brocade, silk, or yarn in order to increase the sense of elegance and fluidity. This demonstration in Baiyun Temple in Beijing. The factor 5, artistic conception, oneness of body and mind. So when we talk about Tai Chi Qigong, we always link with the Tao. As we are regard our human body, human is part of nature and its cycles. We respect well the way of the nature. This is a meditation. So heaven, earth, human, Sancai in Chinese, we call it the 3 great natural powers. So the artistic conception of Tai Chi Qigong is based on the unity of nature and human, insisting on the unity of human and nature. The essence is that the practitioner adjusts the breathing and connects the body and separates so that body functions can be improved in an even and harmonious state. Through active and creative practice, the one could achieve the effect of physical and body harmony states. The factor 6, the cultural factors. Beauty. As a human being, the Chinese believe that the universe is made of 2 forces, yin, yang, that must balance. Tai Chi emphasizes the yin side and yang side equally, the union, the one, and can consequently balance the yin-yang in the body and avoid unhealthy extremes. So our body, mind, and spirit does need the regular exercises, optimal understanding, and a balanced lifestyle. Factor 7, the beauty or freedom of mind spirit. The practice of Taiji Qigong is similar to a baptism of the soul. When the practitioner is fully immersed in the form and the spirit or principle of the movement, the one could attain at the state of detaching self from external world. The benefits to the modern society.
Ms. Ding, have more 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
This photo is showing the people, the infected patients practice Taiji Qigong in in Wuhan, Fangcang Hospital, Mobile Kanban Hospital. The doctors give the prescription to fight the epidemic and enhance immunity. This is some my students, which includes the doctors and children and entrepreneurs and master of Buddhism, Eastern. This is a conference in headquarters of IOC. You see, it's filled for any kind of age and different people's occupation. So Qigong as cultural heritage to benefit the world and have several values: spiritual value, social value, and medical and cultural values. So, and also listed as UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage on 14 December for Taiji. So conclusion. Taiji is kind of philosophical understanding and cultural exploration. It is the perceptual wisdom. The purpose of practicing Taiji Qigong is to achieve and experience the beauty of human body, the beauty of civilization, the beauty of spirituality, and the mirror. Then we can have a beautiful, balanced life. As a partner, I'm happy to share my experience and study. And this more like explore the source, research, analysis with all you together. I firmly believe in the future that Oriental and Occidental should have better dialogue and exchange, learn from each other's strengths, and create a global civilized universality. Thanks a lot for the committee, Dr. Chen, Professor Chen, Dr. Susino, and all participants. Thank you.
Ms. Ding, thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. Now we're going to have another presentation, and later I open the floor for questions. So thank you very much for sharing this beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Now we're moving to the last presentation of today. We have here in this moment Dr. Demet Tekin. She is assistant professor and physiotherapy and rehabilitation department. She's assistant professor of the Faculty of Health Science and Fenerbahce University in Turkey. So it's a pleasure to have Demet Tekin here. Please, Demet, come and you have the floor now. Thank you very much.
Hello, Ricardo. Could you hear me?
Yes, Demet, go ahead.
Perfect.
Thank you. We have 15 minutes, right?
Yes, thank you so much for this kindly presenting. Also, I want to thank to Professor Minkai Susilo and all members of this perfect Congress. We are on the third day, but I'm feeling like the first day. I'm so excited. Time goes so fast. So always we should be happy. We should enjoy whatever we want. I'm so happy to be here, all of you. Now I will share my presentation directly. Yes, I know you see.
Yes, but it's not the presentation mode. Please, yes, perfect now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you too. You see the name of my presentation also, physical, social, psychological benefits of flamenco dance. I'm more happy because while I'm doing presenting, the includes both thema, physical therapy and dance. It makes me more happy. You said that I am physiotherapist. By the way, I am dancer, 17 years old. I will not share only the information, knowledge on the literature. I will share my experiences also. I don't want to explain the meanings of these words. All of you know. Only I want you to focus. It has 3 different groups. The World Health Organization says that we have negative health, neutral health, and positive health. Negative health, also we can say that unhealthnesses. When you hear the words like illness, ailment, injury, infirmity, you feel like a little bit bad. They have negative energy. If you have these kind of things, illness, ailment, injury, for a long or short time, only one or some various combination, it means you have negative health. Also, another group is neutral health. You don't have any illness or ailment. You have a balance in your life. For protecting the balance, you always want to be active. It's the key for having neutral life. And the third one is the perfect one, in positive health. All of us want to have positive health. All these organizations means we want, but also we need to see the realities. Maybe we are so happy, so good, we don't have any healthy problems, but environment and other things. Also, we are in the situation COVID-19. So we say that neutral health is acceptable. For having neutral health, always you should have active life. It means during your daily life, always you are active. You are doing something with planning regularly. It means active life. Physical activity, exercises, sports, all of them, it doesn't matter. It means you have active life. Please look at the picture. Which one do you prefer in your life? Yes, I say that always I want to be happy in my life. So if you are not active, it means you are inactive. And I don't want in my life a cloudy and rainy weather always. I prefer exercises or another things. And when we look at the literature, we can see many studies about the problems, effect of inactivity. So what we'll do? We will be active. So we will do exercises. Okay, this is the key. This is the answer. Why we are doing exercises? We have a prescription. All of them, you know that. Frequency, intensity, time, type, energy. But last time, and furthermore, we add another member for these groups. FITE, it's mean and at the end of this prescription, and enjoyment. If you enjoy whatever you want, it means you can do more, you can do regularly. So the word is, imaging word is dance is coming to our brain. It's a form of exercises loved and practiced by millions of people around the world. I said I'm so happy because physiotherapy is an art and the dance is an art, and I'm using both of them together. Yes, dance reduces stresses. On the literature, you see many useful things, benefits. Increase social skills, create balance in your life together. Why we are talking about the benefits of dance? Because it's exercises. You know, exercise we use for many different kind of problems. Anyway, we can use dance for making therapy, for making treatment, for many different kind of problems also. And we say this words, dance therapy. It makes a therapeutic use of movements for making therapy on children, on elderly people, neurological, orthopedical, pediatrical problems also. It's a aerobic activity, rhythmic and repetitive movements. We can use different kind of methods. But I also took the courses for dance therapy. I saw that psychological people use dance therapy words much, but I am doing a little bit different. First of all, when a patient comes to me, I make check for physical fitness parameters totally. So I'm doing physiotherapy. Anyway, in my country, I use dance physiotherapy branch for explaining these words. And today I will explain flamenco. I'm doing flamenco 15 years also. And all of them know what is that, but maybe you can remember. Sound is coming. Yes, you see that flamenco dancer acts on the floor like a drummer. They use their feet, they use their upper extremity trunk together. It's also a UNESCO cultural heritage list from the 2010. Now you can see all over the world. It has spread so fast. Also, flamenco is the dance form known as for emotional intensity. So we can use this type of dance for psychological problems also many times. And when we look at the antique time, it's performed in a small and not known places. But now you can see in everywhere and performance center. Also in many countries, there are conservatoriums for explaining, for teaching this dance. We have a structure on this dance, not only it's not only dance, it's also sing, it's also type of the guitar, it's also rhythm. While we are dancing, we use all materials, so you should be focused. What are you doing? You should understand the materials, and you should use the combine. You should make a combine. And also during a performance, a choreographic process, there are different kind of energy systems, aerobic and anaerobic systems. You can use both of them. And also, while we are doing the movement, there are acceleration and deceleration movements. It means you need a structure for explaining this dance. We use kinesphere for explaining this dance also. It's not for only flamenco, for many kind of dance, we use these words. And flamenco, we use anterior movements more than posterior movements also. So the people should understand this so well. And it has also its own language. For example, braceo, floreo, it's mean for gender also it's different. You use your arms first, second, third, fourth, and fifth positions. You use many oxygen. You make a stretch for your pectoral muscles, for being vertically. And for footwork, we use also specific words. When you push the floor, different part of your foot, we use different words. For example, planta, it means the anterior part of your foot. And tacon, it means heels, golpe, punto. You should know while teaching and doing these things. Now you can see my feet. Yes, you use all combinations and you can make a choreography. Also, I teach for all ages, for children, for elderly people. I have, for example, 78 years old students. And I use single or group choreographies with different kind of accessories also. Here, they are all separate, but a big group.
Pueblo de Arco vive quien yo sé. Vive quien yo sé. En el pueblo de Arco vive quien yo sé.
Yes, and couple, it's a couple group. It's also great group. And I'm teaching for children also. And I said we are using accessories, some different kind of musical instruments. Yeah, perfect. Learning, acting, memorizing, repeating, all these things, meaning they stimulate receptor which afferent neural activity in the cerebellum also. And also it stimulates, flamenco stimulates receptors which afferent the hippocampus, which is responsible for the short and long-term memory. And it stimulates also amygdala. It increases the neurons in amygdala, and in the brain there are some neurons for remembering the post-traumatic problem. So it decreases the neurons in the brain. And while you are doing your footwork, you use palmas. It's mean you clap your hands regularly. When you try to catch the rhythm, you use your left and right cerebellum hemisphere together by corpus callosum also. And additionally, it makes a social environment, a positive social environment, and the impact of community may lower stress hormones. So as a result, when we look at the physical, social, and psychological benefits of flamenco, you can see you have a great physical fitness, improved dynamic stability, balance, coordination. Totally, you can have a well body. Also, you see the quality of life is increasing. You feel well in every time while you are dancing flamenco. And also on motor cognitive dual task, you know that on the middle age and older adults, it's getting better. It's improving. People learn to focus on the present moment, creating something with together. Also, it allows them to reclaim their body and feel attractive. You can weight lose also. And repetitive movements make your memories well. Also, neuroplasticity in the brain of older adults, it's a great greeting. It's getting improved. And gray matter on the brain, while we are getting older, it's making it decreases. So it's reduces age-related gray matter decline. So I can say that there are not only the knowledge of the literature. I feel I'm sharing my experiences really. So I can say that please dance, dance, dance in every time with enjoyment. Thank you so much for this kindly invitation and for this kind of perfect organization.
Oh, damn it. Thank you very much. 15 minutes. Perfect match. Thank you.
Yeah, I tried.
Thank you very much. Now we have the time for questions and answers. We have around 15 minutes. So I encourage, that people here to deliver some questions. But I have some questions here, just warm up this time. We had a wonderful presentation here, and I can just bring some key words or key elements for this session. We have leisure, new spirituality, meditation, dance, and all linked with health habits, well-being, and quality of life. So if we can think about all presentations, we merged all presentation together, bringing some aspects regarding these 4 key elements. And Maria, I just delivered a question connected with your presentation. We just said that we need to give a permission to rest. I love this sentence. I love this sentence because I work with leisure, and rest and leisure, they are all connected. So my question is there any connection with your presentation of this new spirituality with the slow movement? Probably you are aware about the slow movement. So my question is about the connection between new spirituality and slow movement. So this question is for Maria. And also I have a question for Mrs. Ding. She brought a wonderful presentation here, and she highlighted that we should have balance in life. So this is beautiful. And my question, Ms. Ding, is about this cultural component in China, because we shared your experience, and I felt like in China, probably there is you value most this kind of experience in comparison to another country. So I'm just bringing some questions here regarding this cultural component. If in China you feel more, let's say, respected with this practice in comparison to other places. And finally, Dr. Tekin, beautiful presentation and the psychological benefits of flamenco. Flamenco is also popular here in Brazil, but it's not so popular. But my question is about Turkey. If in Turkey, flamenco, if you have this strong connection with flamenco in Turkey, because also we've learned, usually we learn that flamenco is connected with Spain or Spanish countries, but I'm quite surprised that you're linking with Turkey. So my question is, this linkage, the cultural linkage between flamenco and Turkey. Thank you. So we can start with Maria.
Thank you, Dr. Ricardo. What I think is that this perspective we are introducing, new spirituality, can be connected with almost anything that derives or teaches awareness. So, of course, slow movement will be a perfect connection. The important thing is to enhance the metacognition through this awareness with any technique. It also could be walking, for example. So the answer will be, of course, yes, it can be connected.
Thank you very much, Maria. Ms. Ding? Your microphone, Ms. Ding, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I think what my presentation, the concept of what I want to share, I think is suitable for all the world now, for all the situation in any kind of the country, because I was born in China and did my study university in Beijing. And after I did also my study in Europe, in France, in Belgium, etc. Now I'm work and travel all the world. I see what really happened in the world. Of course, now we are discussing the education, physical education for children, etc. So the concepts of the problem or conflict between the human, I think, is more linked. We are to create the self-image between the different nations. So even I'm from China, I'm Chinese, but I think the truth is and suitable all the human, like we shall connect each other, especially in this special time, difficult time, and also like now we Dr. Chen created this wonderful stage and let us to communicate, exchange. And later our presentation will published in the YouTube, so can let much more people to see, to feel, and to aspirate it. So I do believe that Tai Chi Qigong in the future can get much more popular, and also like healing powers to help our humans' life qualities. Thank you.
That's perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Ding. Dr. Tekin?
Thank you, Ricardo. Flamenco is not an easy form of dance, really. If you want to dance flamenco, you should make more repetitive. It's also, I said that is a dance form known it's for emotional intensity. If you want to dance flamenco, you should give your many time. And if you give your time for one thing, at the end of this action, you want to gain some things. And you said that because we saw many more in the south part of the Spain, because they gain money. This is the job for many people in Spain, but in my country or in another countries, it's not easy to do this every day. I said we should see some realities. If you have a love, if you have a love like me, you can do without expecting nothing. Only I'm feeling, I'm doing. Also, you can say that, why didn't you try your cultural dance for this kind of things? Yes, I am also trying. I know many different kind of dance, Latin, also my traditional Turkish dance. But I look as the physiotherapist all the movements. When I analyze the flamenco, it has many useful effects on the body, for upper extremity, for lower extremity, for trunk, for all systems. So I have many opportunities to use this kind of things. And also I have a love. I'm trying to make it favor and famous in my country also. And I think I will success.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. We have here two questions. One is for you, Demet, and also for Ms. Ding. I will start with Ms. Ding. This question is from Siri. Not sure if the pronunciation is correct. The question is about, Ms. Ding, is about relax and no tension in Tai Chi. This question is in the chat. You can just check the information there. What's the difference between Qi Kung, sorry about the pronunciation, but Qi Kung and Tai Chi Chuan? What's the difference?
Yes. Okay. Thanks for the questioning. So first, about the relax and no tension in Taiji produce more power. I see. So when we talk about the tension is have different levels, mental, physical, and psychological. And sometimes the emotion, if we have anxiety, also can cause the tension. So when I practice the Taiji Qigong, firstly, if we just think about the relax, and I don't think, according to my experience, my teaching experience, and my exploration for study, I don't think so. It's work well for the beginner. So firstly, we have to work some physical aspect, and also have to find out what is the cause of the tension or anxious. And then by practicing and with the good instruction from our instructors, and of course have to with the proper accumulate the how to say that the understanding for Taiji Qigong. Example, when we start one pose, if we think just want to get power, I think we are go to directly to the final. So practice Taiji Qigong is enjoy the process, the practicing what we feel, and the way to connect with the self, the body, and to realize what's really happening and what the body want to tell us. So relaxation is kind of the final object, and also to as an alarm to tell us what is the problems between tension and relaxation. And so this is practice to help us to release and like kind of the pick out some problems, and then we realize it and we resolve. And second, what difference the Qigong and Taiji Chuan? So actually, Qigong, Taiji Chuan have the point comments is like all is like linked with the internal energetic arts, and in Chinese way we work as the qi, the energy. Of course, and to improve the health, mental health, physical health, etc. And the difference is like Taiji Chuan is more like simple way is like Qigong martial arts Qigong. Taiji Chuan is longitudinal sense is like martial arts, is for fighting, is for very high levels the fighting martial arts. But the Qigong is more general speaking is working with regular body, regular mental, and regular the breathing, and in order to improve the health, but in simple way.
No, beautiful. It's very clear. Thank you very much, Ms. Ding, for covering both questions. And now I move to Dr. Peckin. If you have any protocol program to do flamenco dance.
I have many protocols also, but firstly I need to know what is the problem. I always make some edits, but for my students, they don't have many big problems. For improving the health, they come to my courses also. Firstly, I checked for physical fitness parameters, for balance, for strength, for endurance, for flexibility. And according to them, I have some situations, some opportunities. For example, if 3 of them, I have 15 students. If 3 or 4 of them have big problem for core balance, core stability, I give to them a little bit specifically for core balance movements. And if 3 or 4 of them have problems for balance, I use more balance for them. I can give, if one of you wants to give information for specific patients, I can write a specific protocol. But for me, there is no illnesses. For me, there is a patient. For everybody, I can organize my protocol, all of them. But I have 1 hour courses and 10 minutes for warming and 40 minutes for main term, and at the end for cooling down. And it depends also my protocol, which is your level. You are beginning, you are middle level, you are professional. It depends on. So I have many protocol. If anyone needs information, please, he or she can write to me. I can send my protocols.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Tekin. The question is also, can we try here? Unfortunately, you are all together in a virtual way, but it'll be wonderful if we're all together so we can dance flamenco now, but it's not the case, unfortunately. So any other question? Perhaps you can open the microphone and deliver a question, please. Anyone?
Hi. Hello.
Yeah. Sarah,
good morning or good afternoon.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question to Demet and to Sia, since they are both working on balance and pain and everything, and spiritual, both of them are having, how we can combine the flamenco with Tai Chi and Qigong and create a new form for a sedentary person like me sitting in the table, but sometimes need joy and sometimes need rest, as Maria, I think, said, or Maria, or I missed sometimes we need rest also. So we need Tai Chi also.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
We want to make a collaboration on the Philippines. We talked next year we will be in China and we will make organization. We will make something together, but because of the COVID, we are so sorry. But this is our promise. Okay? We will do and present.
Yes, I promised you. And this idea, thanks for your question, and this is very interesting. And as we are now discussing, and also all the presenters from all the world, and now your question is very specific and very typical. It's like actually, it's Dr. Professor Chen have proposed me and Demi. In Philippines, Philippines, last year. So we did discuss together and how to perform in between her dance and my Tai Chi routine and combine it together and to show a spectacle, a demonstration. So probably, please, if you are free. And welcome to next year. If we are, the COVID is getting passed away, so we could cooperate together in the next year, at the next year in China, in Henan University. Actually, it's my hometown. I'm very proud of it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ding. Professor Min Kai-shing, he raised his hand. So I'll give the floor to Professor Min Kai-shing.
Oh, thank you, Ricardo. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Well, thank you for everyone, and thank you for all the presenters, Shah, Demit, and Ricardo as the chair, and Maria. It's the first time I saw you because of the recommendation of Monica. But I am so happy because this symposium is arranged by me. So, because I purposely put you all together, right? Because of your background. So when I set up the symposium, I have to look for everyone and look at their background and look at their country and also looking at their gender so that I can have all the balance to promote the discussion and interaction. So the success of this symposium is definitely make me very happy because I think all the goals are being met. You know, I can see the importance of dance in health and wellness and the mix and also the Tai Chi, Qigong, and also how the meditation get together and how the leisure and is mixing with all this together. And I really hope that through this introduction, this is the platform for all of you to know each other and also try to put the theory and practice together, not just the research, and also but practice as well. So I have a question for Dimit. I know your background is from Mongol dance, and you are also a physical therapist, and also you have a PhD in research. So how is this free connection when you're working in your profession? Can you put these three together so that to make sure that you are maximize your expertise, but not only concentrate just dance or just concentrate in research or just concentrate as a physical therapist? But how can you maximize your free expertise together to make it better?
Okay, perfect. Professor Minkai, also, I want to start to thank you for this perfect organization. You invited me also, and you make encouraged to be here. So thank you so much. You said also, I'm physiotherapist. By the way, I am dancer. I have different words in my life. So amor, I want to say amor. Specific words also. I have different emotions for dance, specifically flamenco dance. Also, I love my job so much. And always I say that in another word, when I come to word again, I prefer physiotherapist, to be physiotherapist, because the body is real. Spiritual and all the body is real, and I know everything about the body, and from the top of the button I know all structures, and I can use body language. So it's a different, it's amazing for me. While I am living on my daily life, if always I do something, I said I'm missing something and another type, another place. So always I make a mistake. What I want, and the specific words also how I can help to the people. Sometimes they like while they are watching me. Only I dance and they like so much while they're watching me. And sometimes they need therapy. So always the conversation is the key for doing well. I talk, I listen, and also I imagine what I need. So I use sometimes together, sometimes I forget physiotherapy, only I dance. Sometimes I forget dance, only physiotherapy. It depends on the situations, Professor. But I say thank you to God because it's the real in my life, and I want to share my experiences, all of you. Thank you so much again for everything.
Thank you. I have a question for Shah. Shah, and you know when I request you to join us because of your background as the first top, champion in Wushu in China, and also the top karate champion in China, and then also your involvement in IOC, and now you are setting up your own company to training. So I was wondering, with all your background, and I also seeing your presentation now, you are helping the elderly, you are helping the children, and this is really hope that you will using your expertise to help the GCH and with all our global network from the top elite athlete to go down to reach to help all the children around the world. So what is your thinking about your background as the top elite athlete now going down to the grassroots? So what is your view on that?
Thank you, Professor Qian. I'm very happy to see you here, even while missing 2 years. And also, of course, I'm very happy to see you all the body and the Demi. So to answer your question, I don't think is a real question for myself. Probably is very question for, because according my personal growth or experience, I was a common child in China. I started practice martial arts as year 6, every day, every year. So then I achieve a certain levels. But this is from a very beginning, very common, and then starts little by little, little by little. And then probably according my achievement, probably for some people think, well, someone to promote the Qigong to IOC, etc. But for myself, it's only a way to self-realization and self-growth. Is that mean through practicing the Taiji Qigong as a former athlete and Taekwondo, and to attain the national level, etc., is more like the way to discover myself, how much the Bandang ability could I, can I, how to say that, how to improve myself by daily life. And your question is what I attend is before, is the past. And now I have to focus to how to sharing my experience, my knowledge, and to benefit more people. Of course, includes the children. And children is our future. So adults, the persons that is the older people, and also need much more care. Probably in China, we have our culture is children take care as the parents and the grandparents, etc. But probably in Europe or Occidental, it's different cultures. They have more independence. So in some mental or emotional way, they feel much more lonely than in Asiatic, in Asia. So probably the Taiji Qigong practice is one way to improve the physical health, and furthermore, more deep sense I want to share is some beautiful essence between Chinese culture and Occidental customs. So we can probably, like now you are created one stage, all the people coming different nations from different backgroundings just for share, just for exchange. So probably we can create a new project, and in order to improve our life qualities.
Thank you. And Ricardo, do I still have a few minutes or?
Yes, go ahead. We have.
Yeah, because I saw the time there, we still a little bit.
Yeah, we have 2
minutes.
minutes. 2 minutes to conclude. Go ahead, Minkai, please.
Okay, so I have a question to Maria. Maria?
Yes, she's here.
Yes, Dr. Nick.
Yeah, okay, welcome. And as I said, this is the first time we met and full with Monica. And I know that you have done a lot of meditation on the spiritual thing. And I think this is so important now when the pandemic is hitting the world and the mental health is now become, I think in some way, if not more important, but equally important than physical activities, which we always promote. So how do you see yourself, with your institute, with your promotion of meditation from your country? What will be your next step for reaching out your expertise to the global family?
Wow, it's a question. I don't know if it's enough to answer in 1 minute, but what I think is there are many ways to get in this meditation state, and it's not only one way. Oriental cultures have taught us to do in a way, in various ways, and in our countries in Latin America, our indigenous cultures have a bunch of other ways too. So I think it's a cultural mixture that we can enhance these abilities and like awake people just to do these awareness exercises as well as you brush your teeth. That's something you have to do now. It's not, it's a must. And thank you.
Oh, thank you, Maria. Thank you, Professor Minkai, for these wonderful questions. And unfortunately, I have to conclude this symposium. I have no words to express the gratitude I'm feeling to be invited to chair this wonderful session. So thank you very much again, Maria, and thank you, Juan Eduardo, and also Ms. Ding, Demet. Thank you very much. Brilliant presentation. It was wonderful. Wonderful presentation we had here from China, from Colombia, from Turkey, and also I was trying to cover Brazil as well. So Minkai, wonderful job bringing all together. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Be safe. And thank you, Professor Susilo and the organizing committee as well. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you, Ricardo. Picture.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, before we end this 5th symposium, we would like to invite all participants to open the camera because we will continue with the photo session. Once again, we invite all participants to open the camera because we will proceed with the photo session. Okay, I will count down the photo session. The first slide in 3, 2, 1. Okay, very nice. Okay, that is all, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to our chairman and moderator for the 5th symposium, Professor Dr. Ricardo Ufinha from Brazil, and thank you to Dr. Juan Eduardo Cespedes Londono, MD, and thank you to Professor Maria Paula Cespedes. Thank you to Xiao Xiading. Thank you to Assistant Professor Dr. Demet Tekin, PT, PhD. And lastly, thank you to Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, this 5th symposium will be the last before we have the short break. After this, we will have a short break until 1 past 40 p.m. Jakarta time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break and we'll continue at 1:40 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped. Good afternoon. I can see somebody at Susilo screen. Can you please hear me?
Yes, I listen you.
Okay, can we try everything okay? Good afternoon, good afternoon. So I can share my presentation and my co-speakers, Albina, Peter, and Aisha, because they asked me about the connection. So,
Ladies
yeah.
and gentlemen, please stand by and please make sure your account remain mute because in a few moments the event will continue. Thank you.
So I can try to share my presentation and then you will see. Yeah. Can you see the presentation or session number 6, please? Everything is okay, huh?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will start in 5 minutes, as I know, yeah?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th ICPESS 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next panel, which is the 6th symposium of the day. The chairman and moderator will be Professor Dr. Erika Zemkova from Brazil. Hello, doctor. Hello, professor. Is Professor Erika has been with us in a Zoom meeting?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Oh, hello, Professor. Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Okay?
And then let me introduce another speaker for this 6th symposium. The second one is Associative Professor Dr. Albina Andriva. And the third one is Peter Twist. And the last one is Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, let me introduce a little about our moderator, Professor Dr. Erika Zemkova. Professor Erika Zemkova from Slovakia is experienced manager with a demonstrated history of working in the consumer good industry and skilled in production management, lean management, quality management, and management. Strong professional with an engineer's degree focused in the Faculty of Biotechnology and Food Science, Food Hygiene, and Safety from Slovak University of Agriculture in Nitras. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Erika Zemkova.
Thank you very much. But unfortunately, it was not my characteristics.
Recording in progress.
So this was not my characteristic. I'm sorry for that. Maybe you had not correct information about. But anyway, you can see it on the website of this conference. So we can start this symposium. I hope that everything is okay. I will share my screen. Yeah. So hope you can see it now. Everything is okay. Can you please confirm me? Yeah. So good morning or good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to symposium number 6, entitled "A Holistic Approach to Sensory and Motor Development from Early Childhood to Early Adulthood." We have 4 speakers in this symposium. My name is Erika Zemkova. I'm from Slovakia. Next speaker will be Albina Andreeva from Russia, and then Peter Twist from Canada, and the closing speaker will be Rajesh Kumar from India. So as we have a limited time, so I will start with my talk. I will start the symposium. My talk will be about testing of sensory and motor skills in general population of children and adolescents and young athletes. So several test batteries have been developed for assessment of physical fitness in children and adolescents in different countries, as we can see in these examples. These batteries usually include tests that assess endurance and speed and pre-planned agility, muscle strength and power, balance and flexibility. Our recent review revealed that also sport-specific tests for young athletes are mainly focused on these abilities. However, much less attention has been paid to assessing the speed of responses to variety of stimuli in children and adolescents, and therefore tests that assessing not only motor skills but also sensory function should be included into the functional assessment of children and adolescents. One of the tests assessing both of these components could be a reactive agility test. However, only pre-planned agility tests have been used in practice so far, so for testing of both untrained children and adolescents and also young athletes. The most popular are Illinois agility tests, 505 agility test, or T-test, or some kind of sport-specific pre-planned agility test. These tests assess the ability to execute rapid movements and the capacity to stop and restart quickly. So they are based on pre-planned movements with no perceptual component in form of reaction to given stimulus. So, however, in most of the sport, both change of direction speed and anticipation and decision-making components in response to the movements of the players are very important. So this involves some kind, as we can see here, some kind of spatial and also temporal uncertainty. So reactive agility tests, current reactive agility tests address both of these components, change of direction speed, and also cognitive components such as anticipation and pattern recognition. So agility has been, we can say, redefined as a rapid whole movement, body movement with change of direction, velocity, or direction in response to stimulus. Here we can see main components of reactive agility, so perceptual and decision-making factors, and on the other hand, change of direction speed. Recent view on agility, reactive agility, is focused on three components: cognitive, physical, and also technical component. So there is here we can see examples of sport that determines performance in by agility, soccer, basketball, ice hockey. Most of them are team sports and also some combat sports. There is quite a sufficient evidence about the most effective exercise for improvement of agility skills in athletes. However, as I said, there is less attention has been paid to agility tests that involve not only motor, but also sensory components. So in this test, subject has to touch the mat according to stimulus on the screen. So as a result, it's sensory motor time, which include speed of reaction, decision making, and also movement. So the first two components of agility performance can be indirectly estimated by measurement of simple and multi-choice reaction time. And the third component of agility performance can be estimated by measurement of speed of movement execution. So why is this important? First, to reveal differences in reaction and movement time in subject of different performance level. Here is a comparison of simple reaction time, multi-choice reaction time, and agility time in two athletes with different demands on agility skills. As we can see, simple and multi-choice reaction time is were longer in subject 1 than subject 2. However, agility time, this is the last one, was better in subject 1 than subject 2. And this indicates that the movement time was shorter in this subject 1 compared to subject 2. So these individual differences in sensory motor components of agility reflects some kind of sport-specific adaptation, as we have found, for example, in karate kumite and karate and kata performance, and also players and goalies of different kind of team sports. So the second reason is to evaluate the effect of exercise on sensory motor performance. Here we can see the effect of soccer match induced fatigue on agility. Taking into account here no significant changes in speed of step initiation, it is most likely that impairment of sensory rather than motor component contribute to an increased agility time after the soccer match. The third reason is to assess the effect of training focus on improvement of speed of movement responses. And here we can see that enhancement of agility performance by performing to 1 or 4 stimuli. However, there were no significant changes in simple and multi-choice reaction time after 6 weeks of karate training. Also in this study, there were no significant changes in simple and multi-choice reaction time after the training. However, significantly shorter agility time was found after the training. Also, maximal velocity of step initiation increased. So the faster movement execution very probably contribute to the enhancement of agility performance. This assumption was corroborated by significant correlation between the reduction of agility time and an increase in maximal velocity of step initiation after the training. So these findings indicate that within and between group differences exist in sensory and motor components of agility performance, particularly in athletes of combat and team sport. So it seems that fatigue induced by sport-specific exercise induce impairment of sensory rather than motor components of agility performance. On the other hand, improvement in motor component contribute to an improvement of agility performance after the athletic training. These findings especially have to be taken into account when exercise programs in athletes with different demands on agility skills are designed. The recent study by Young and his co-workers, as you can see here, also suggests that more attention in agility research should be paid to reactive agility tests that includes both sensory and motor components, especially when studying invasion sports. So in particular role of cognitive skills in education process of school-age children and in training of young athletes has increased attention by researchers and conditioning specialists in recent years. And the evidence support including exercise for improvement of cognitive function and physical activity for young people. Therefore, a new training and diagnostic system have been developed to improve and assess different aspects of cognitive function in both untrained subjects and adolescent and also young athletes. And here are some examples of tests which are used for assessment of cognitive function, but also for training. So therefore, you can see here are some examples how they can use it in conditions, sport-specific conditions, field conditions. So therefore, in addition to pre-planned agility tests, also reactive agility tests with increasing demands on agility on sensory components should be included in functional testing of children and adolescents. And for young subjects, agility tests that are performed under, we can say, simulated competitive conditions are very popular. These tests are usually performed by 2 subjects. As we can see, initial position, and this is agility testing. Then we can see the score after touching the mat, and then they can get exactly the same result as in pre-planned agility test. And these tests for young people seems to be more sensitive to evaluate their performance. And we can see here, then it's such a case that agility time is significantly shorter, when the test is performed by 2 than by 1 subject. And also more pronounced improvement in agility time was found in the group that performed agility exercise under simulated competitive conditions than in the group that participates in 8-week training without the competitive components. So then the results can be compared with age-related data or sport-related data. So we can see then an improvement of agility time during the training. So here are some just example of agility testing in all conditions, young soccer players, as you can see here, and more information can be found in this book about the agility skills in athletes. So I would like to thank you for listening, and unfortunately, as we have limited time for presentation, and now we will move to next speaker. It is Albina Andreeva from Russia, and her presentation is focused on postural stability in Russian athletes, the role of age, sex, and sport-related features. So Albina, please share your presentation with us. And as I had only 15 minutes before the presentation, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, dear colleagues and participants. I would like to thank Dr. Susilo, Professor Minka Ichin, and Professor Erika Zimkova, the organizing committee of 6th virtual ICPSS conference, for the opportunity to participate. Allow me to bring to your attention our research, postural stability in Russian athletes, age, sex, and sport-related features. I am a philosophy doctor and specialist of the Federal Center for Preparation of the Sports Reserve, member of the Board of Directors of BRICS, scientific advisor of Global Community Health, and expert of the Russian Association of Computer Science in Sport. So the bulk of relevant studies compare individual or very few sports and on small samples of athletes. This requires extensive analyzing postural stability in various sports. The bulk of the studies also have evaluated postural balance in subjects under 12-13 years. And very few studies have compared it between adolescents and young adults. And the effect of different factors such as age, sex, discipline on postural balance in athletes remain unclear. In this study, we compared postural stability during a bipedal stance under eyes opened and eyes closed conditions on a large sample of athletes engaged in 41 sports and non-athletes as a control. The main objective of our study was to identify the features of postural stability in a normal vertical stance in athletes of different age, sex, and discipline. And all studies were performed at Moscow Center of Advanced Sport Technologies in 2014 to 2018. Tests were performed during pre-season training sessions. Eligible subjects were to have no musculoskeletal injuries or any other contraindications to the test. Prior to participation, they signed an appropriate informed consent form. The inclusion and exclusion criteria were followed. Please see at the flowchart of the study. The study enrolled 936 athletes from various sports and 225 non-athletes controls, not systematically engaged in any sport. All athletes were divided into 13 groups based on the similarities in sports techniques. The body weight and height of the subjects were measured using conventional methods before assessing their postural balance. Postural stability was assessed using a force platform Stabilan from Taganrog, Russia. Data from the force platform were sampled at 50 Hertz. Velocity of center of pressure and sway area are the most commonly used direct stabilimetric parameters, and we used them for comparisons. So, what is the effects of sports groups on the center of pressure variables? The effects of sports groups on the test variables were evaluated in one-way ANOVA. According to the ANOVA results, sway area with eyes opened differed significantly among the sports groups. A post-hoc analysis showed lower sway area values in the shooting, boxing, football, and gymnastics groups. This parameter in the shooting group was also lower than in team sports played with hands: figure skating, wrestling, speed skating, running, gymnastics, as well as in boxing and tennis. Sway area with eyes closed differed significantly among the sports groups. Only in the shooting group, it was lower than in control. Besides, based on a post-hoc Tukey HSD test, sway area with eyes closed in the shooting group was also lower than in team sports played with hands: boxing, tennis, figure skating, rowing, wrestling, speed skating, running, but did not differ in the groups of alpine skiing, football, cross-country skiing, and gymnastics. In all groups, except cross-country skiing, athletes had a lower velocity of center of pressure with eyes opened compared with control based on post-hoc Tukey HSD test. According to the results of ANOVA, velocity of center of pressure with eyes closed differed among the sports groups. It in control was higher than in tennis, figure skating, alpine skiing, boxing, shooting, team sports played with hands. And discussion. According to our findings, in none of the sports groups, the center of pressure fluctuation exceeded those in control. These data reflect a high postural stability in a normal bipedal stance with eyes opened in athletes from all sports. According to our findings, our results are consistent with other studies that assessed center of pressure sway using different methods and showed increased postural stability in athletes from different sports: shooters, young football players, triathletes, ballet dancers, rhythmic gymnasts, judo wrestlers, tai chi athletes, and others. And we believe that practicing almost any sports has a favorable non-specific effect on postural regulation through the improvement of sensory, muscular, and integrative central nervous components of the posture regulation system. Positive change in the posture regulation components results in a better postural stability. Those studies that, in contrast to our findings, failed to detect any differences in stabiligraphic indices between athletes and non-athletes, might have used shorter postural tests, small samples of subjects, and got insignificant intergroup differences. Indeed, for many sports groups, the magnitude of differences in velocity of center of pressure with eyes closed versus control was rather small. Yet some sports have a specific and more pronounced effect on postural control. This specific effect can be positive or negative. And next question, what is the effects of age and sex on the center of pressure variables? Negative correlations were noted between age and the stabiligraphic variables under study. Therefore, all athletes were divided into 3 age groups: children, teens, and adults. The stabiligraphic parameters were compared between athletes and non-athletes within each age group. Please see this table. Regardless of the practice sport athletes at all ages showed higher postural stabilities and controls based on individuals' demographic parameters. In child and teenage athletes, postural stability in a bipedal stance was increased under eyes opened conditions only. Sway area with eyes opened and velocity of center of pressure with eyes opened in athletes were lower than in control and remained so after age-based standardization. Results, the role of sex. Three-factor ANOVA, sex, engagement in sports and age was used to evaluate sex-related differences in dependent center of pressure sway parameters in the total group of all study subjects, in age subgroups, and in subgroups based on engagement or non-engagement in sports. According to our data, postural stability both under eyes opened and eyes closed conditions in female athletes was higher than in male athletes, with the differences being more significantly in the teenage and adult subgroups. And discussion 2. Generally, the sex-related differences in postural stability can be probably explained by changes in the body habitus associated with sexual maturation. In addition, most females have a greater proprioceptive acuity of the lower limbs due to a lesser absolute muscle mass and strength, and this may be important for balance. And in child and adolescent athletes, better postural control was mainly due to more efficient use of visual information, whereas in adult athletes, this was due to other mechanisms, as shown by tests with eyes closed. Postural stability in female athletes was better than in male athletes. Also, the same was not true for non-athletes. Practicing any kind of sport was associated with increased postural stability in normal bipedal stance and some of applications. Thus, the center of pressure sway test in a bipedal stance can be considered as a conventional standard physiological test for assessing the level of development of the postural system and its components, as a test for the level of motor skills for voluntary postural stabilization. Further studies are needed to determine sport-specific values of sway variables to help trainers assess the postural stability of athletes, taking account of their practiced sports. Our related study with Professor Zimkova. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Today we have the Day of Russia, and greetings from Moscow. This is Red Square, and my smile is for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armina, and also thank you for our last night speaker. Your presentation was short, as I accepted, so we have still plenty of time for next presentations. So next speaker will be Peter Twist. Please share with us your presentation.
Yes, thank you. Is my audio coming okay?
Yeah, everything is okay. We are looking for the presentation.
Great, thank you. It's okay to proceed?
Yeah, everything is okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Well, welcome everyone. And I'm Peter Twist from Vancouver, Canada. I'm honored to join you to speak passionately and scientifically about developing physical literacy mindfully. And this is based on dozens of research studies and hundreds of research articles, interdisciplinary science, because nothing in the body happens in isolation. There's nothing in the body that happens in isolation. So this is the result of integrated science as it's translated into a paradigm and a program and examples of what we've put into practice the rationale and the results for that, ultimately towards health and well-being through quality education. I do want to thank the conference hosts and presenters and delegates for circling up equally passionate to positively impact through this. More specifically, we're going to examine the efficacy of neural complexity, which is an overload variable I coined about 20 years ago to try and quantify the brain computations and quantify the muscle activation when we alter specific methodology. The ultimate goal, our brain thinks in terms of thoughts and words and communication, but the language of movement is written in feel. The body understands feel. So we want to integrate our sensory and system and receptors for that, as well as our mindfulness of presentness, so that we're more body aware. And how does exercise force students and athletes and participants into that? This is my home base in Vancouver. You can see it's rugged mountains and rainforest and ocean and beaches. So it does attract a community who's interested in exercising to have a body that's made for movement so that they can, with high transfer. It's very important that our exercise transfers out from a gymnasium into life and into sport where we can use that with our human vehicle. I'm extra interested in this as a single parent, a father of 2 daughters. So we train together and exercise in a methodology that we can use it in life and in sport towards positifying our mind and living an active, healthy lifestyle. For everyone, you know, everything that's oriented is focused on, is it sustainable? And can this point our compass for the entire lifespan? To give context to the methodology and the paradigm that we apply the sciences on, I've been on a path, just fortunately with my team of coaches, chipping in on the long-term development of over 2,000 pro and Olympic athletes. So we've applied the sports sciences to their success, to their health, and to handling stresses of that. And about 20,000 high school and college athletes. So that in our community, and coaches and teachers that we certify have implemented programs with hundreds of thousands of students in schools as their physical education programs. So we've been able to collect a lot of good information on that. The child to champion is really important because for us, champion is a winner in life, someone who's healthy, active, and has aspirations to be so for the long term into life. The last 5 years, I've been partnered with the China government where we've been applying sport sciences, not just for sport performance, but injury prevention. So is what we do kind on the body needs to be a consideration, and how are we looking after holistic health and mental well-being? Ultimately, for everyone, we're after a body that works in motion. This body is our human vehicle. So we frame our body up as our human vehicle. It needs to move us, and that determines the quality and expansiveness of our life. You know, if we're ill, we fall ill, or we get injured, or we're sick, we're on the sidelines. And at best, we have to say no thank you to opportunities to participate. But when we have a body that functionally works and is more physically literate, then we can say yes and have the confidence, or we have the physicality to participate, plus the history that we know we find joy in movement because it feels good. We know how to do it. And that leads us to more healthy activities, but it also leads us to more social connection. And that has an effect on our happiness and our mental health. So to bring this together, there's a 5-pillar program that we've summarized the science into exercise guidelines, and there's 4 essential pillars. Every exercise, every movement we have a child or an athlete or a student do, every inch of every rep and every second of every drill must see evidence of 4 challenges and attributes: balance, movement, strength, and core. Those 4 are evident and expressed when we're on Earth, up on our feet, moving in the field of gravity. They cooperate, they collaborate, and they support each other and allow us to express kinetic motion. So those are integrated. When they are, we also are more present in the moment, more brain activity. The 5th pillar is our energy systems, and that determines how, not the quality of what we can do, but how fast, how far, for how long, and how quickly we restore. I believe in science and applying science and then teaching it. In teaching it, we need to make complex simple. There's 3 boxes that we assure are checked. Number 1, is this exercise or activity improving the cognitive ability of the brain and the brain's ability to orchestrate the body? Are we stimulating muscle change, either neurally or by tissue change? And are we improving physical movement skills? So this focuses on the body's operating software. It's a way to reverse engineer. When we understand the function of our brain, our neural highways, and our millions of sensors, receptors in the muscle, fascia, and joints, from our feet through to our fingertips, we can reverse engineer and develop exercise techniques and guidelines that stimulate our brain and our nervous system to command the body in certain ways. One example of the efficacy of this is looking at a typical growth and maturation chart. We know girls mature and develop before boys. There's about a 4-year intra-sex variability, but on the left-hand side, you can see everyone goes through peak growth, neural growth and maturation first. So that youngest age is when the brain is craving complex movement, whole body integrated, and we think we can really ride that wave of neural development to advantage kids for success. It also holds their brain present, so it's somewhat gamified. One study example early in testing this out, we looked at 3 groups: traditional floor-based push-ups. We looked at unstable push-ups at a fast tempo and unstable push-ups at a slow tempo with a pause hold at the bottom. The floor-based push-ups were consistent in their muscle activation by EMG study. Interestingly, unstable at a fast tempo, the muscle involvement went down, as did technique. But at a slow tempo, we increased muscle activation over 1,000% without an increase in the load. So this opened up a whole path, and it begs the question, what can be the results of exercise and physical activity? How we do something is important. I have a philosophy: there is no exercise in the world that improves the human body and brain. There's no exercise in the world that improves the body and brain. There are 6 possible outcomes, but how you do it. To become physically literate, the how for skilled movement is so important. If we think of other literacy like mathematics, consider mathematics. What if we put kids in a classroom, and as long as they're moving numbers around, they must be doing something good. Just move those numbers around, play with numbers, you must be doing mathematics. We know that's not how it works. Physical literacy is the same. It's how we move the body inside the exercise. So 6 students doing the same exercise program, one might experience an acute injury, someone else over time develops pain, someone develops dysfunction and their body's worse, someone unfortunately might get no results, and someone may enjoy moderate results, and another may have excellent results. And then they're committed and they're excited and they're in and they're living the results. How we do the exercise is very important. The other value in a type of exercise, when we can integrate strength, balance, movement, core, that forces our brain to be present in the moment because it's figuring out the puzzle of the exercise. There's a mindfulness to that presentness. So we start to become more body aware and connected to their body. When the language of movement is written in feel, that's very valuable, but presentness also and mindfulness brings gratefulness. And gratefulness with movement is there's self-reported positive upticks on mental well-being. The other is everyone gets to enjoy the gamification of failing at the exercise. And kids learn that failing is not something to quit over, it's part of the process to success. We fail, adapt, succeed. We fail, adapt, succeed. So that fail to succeed formula is so important, and it develops the social emotional confidence that I can do it, that I going from disbelief and quitting upon failure to getting excited about failure and exploring believing, the self-belief you can do it. These are powerful adaptations, mindset and social emotional ability. And of course, motion, we know motion equals positive emotion. So if we want to create movement that's kind on the body and doesn't hurt or cause pain, and we bring in where our geography is, we are in a gymnasium in the schools, then we get out in nature and we send homework for the families to get involved because we know nature and outdoors also creates positive emotion. The two together with a strength, balance, movement, core integrated system, we have good brain activity, physical activity, and social emotional wellness. From our certifications around the world, the first three are really combined in this program. We're looking at the elements and the science of functional training with sport performance with physical literacy, and of course, in a way that will prevent injuries. One interesting concept from this I wanted to bring up today that's really had a positive effect in the how kids and students and athletes can move their body is looking at load management. There's the top of the body and the bottom of the feet. On the left-hand side of your screen, we need to be able to manage the mass of our body with gravity as we lower it eccentrically into the ground. And then if we're moving or carrying an external load, we need that top-down load management. If you can get the 2 points together, we find that we've been able to prevent injury and connect the body for kinetic movement. And then when we go out in nature and we have fun getting grounded, we use our movement. This is strength, balance, movement, core, rhythmic, looking at sequential firing. But we also play on the symbolism of being strong, the symbolism of being in nature. It expands our view from me to we, and we can play on the symbolism of being strong and being balanced and use that to develop certain mental well-being and mindset qualities. The most success that we've had engaging kids, students, athletes into learning through exercise is the strength, balance, movement, core integration, using mindset symbolism, focusing on the rhythm of movement skill, ensuring the brain senses some aspect of gamification, mirroring and shadow drills, and then open architecture. When there's some understanding of the how of training, then we can empower the kids to create purposeful new exercise and take it further and have ownership in that. So on my last minute here, I want to remind philosophically and the importance. We might be working with kids in kindergarten or grade 5 or all the way to Olympic athletes, but from the youngest up, we're setting them up for success, mentally, emotionally, physically, and health for the lifespan, and trying to inspire in them to shift their trajectory to aspire what is possible. This is Mr. John Anoka, my favorite athlete of all time, And he went on with a little help to win over 350 gold medals in track and field from age 72 to age 92. He's in it for the lifespan. And I'm gonna finish off with you. From me personally, and as a researcher, scientist, coach, teacher, author, all of you have some aspect of that in you where you're studying and here to make a positive impact. So there's something bright inside of you that wants to make a difference in a positive way. I encourage you to let that brightest light out more and give even more of that positive impact to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter, for a very nice presentation. We will have time after the last presentation for questions for you. So now we will move to the last speaker, Professor Rajesh Kumar from India. Please share with us your presentation and then we will continue the discussion.
Good afternoon, all the participants of the 6th Virtual ICPSS Conference Jakarta 2021. Respected today moderator of this session and respected Professor Minkai Chin, Dr. Susilo, and Professor Erika Zemkova, other my co-speakers, Peter Twist, Albina. Today is a wonderful day. The conference is organized online. If the conference would have organized offline in Jakarta, would have been a very good success. Due to COVID, it is organized online. I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me a chance as a speaker. I am Professor Rajesh Kumar, Principal and Chairman of the University College of Physical Education, Usman City, Hyderabad. My topic is really a small topic, that is effect of physical exercise for development of fitness among school children in India. Everybody know that you are all are speakers here, big speakers. Just know Peter Twist about the physical literacy importance for development of the child and sports persons physically and mentally. As everybody is aware that physical exercises has placed a major role among the students for promotion of the good health, good fitness, and improvement of the whole emotional, whole being of a child. Physical exercise also improve the cognitive function ability of a child, which helps in the proper mental development, along with the physical development and other development in the child body. The main objective of my study is to tell about how the physical exercise develop the physical fitness among the children. Everybody know that physical exercise develop a physical fitness among children, and everybody know that just it is a small study for the children's. The sample of my study consists of 40 school children of grade 9th and 10th class between the age group of 13 to 15 years, out of which we have two groups. One is control group, 20 members, and another is experimental group. Experimental group is 20 members. Physical activity exercise such as running, jumping, throwing, other sporting activity were given to experimental group. And also we are having the physical education classes also on alternate day for 8 weeks. And control group also attended only physical education classes is there. Just is we have planned like this. On Tuesday like this, warm up for 20 minutes and push-ups, skipping, jumps, sprint sit-ups, because we want to not with the equipment, only with the own body exercises. Then we are having some core strength training exercise like crunches, planks, crab walking, cycling, stationary cycling, and on alternate another medicine ball exercises, mountain climbing exercises, climbers, sprint, hopping, strengthening. This all type of the exercise given, that is minimum 1 hour we have given to the students. Just is a, and the following are the tests we have conducted. That is for the speed, 30-meter run. Standing broad jump is to determine the explosive power. Sit-up test for the muscular endurance, and T agility run test for agility, 600-meter run for the endurance. These are the pre and post tests were conducted after 8 weeks of the training. First, we found that in the speed 30-meter run, the athletes in the school students, the pre-test in 30-meter speed is 4.39, experimental group. And in the post-test, they came to 4.10. Little bit improvement is there. Control group, they are 4.45 in the pre-test, and 4.450 is the little bit same stage they are there. That means a little improvement is there by doing physical exercise by the students. Physical exercise has given some impact of 0.30 seconds in the 30-meter speed. Then regarding the standing broad jump, in the test number 2 is standing broad jump. It is for the development of explosive power. The standing broad jump is in the pre-test they have done 2.35, and the post-test they have done 2.57 by the experimental group, and control group is done 2.31 in the pre-test, and post-test a little bit they came down to 2.25. A little bit improvement is there due to the physical exercise in the vertical in the standing broad jump, that is for the explosive power. This is the second physical ability test we have conducted to identify the fitness. Then sit-ups. 1 minute sit-up test is conducted among them. The students done around 32.91 when we have done the pre-test. In the post-test, 37.40. The little bit improvement they have done. And control group is little bit same only. 31.9 and 31.40. This is to identify the muscular endurance of the abdomen muscles. Sit-ups test is there. 1 minute sit-up test is there. And T test is there. T agility test. T agility test we have done in the both groups, experimental group and control group. They ran 11.07 and they came to 10.00 in the mean. Control group is same. In control group, they have not came down on same in pre and post test. The T test we have done to find the agility among the school students. Then 600-meter run test we have done. Because this is to find the endurance among the school students. The pre-test they ran up to 1.52. In the post, they are having the 1.43. And the control group also 1.53, and the post they are 1.54. Little bit they came to same position. So like this, due to physical exercises, they have improved in speed, agility, endurance, power, and agility, muscular endurance. Like this, it has given. So like this, physical exercise is important for a child to promote the physical fitness in school children. Physical activity is the basic activity of a school in the schools to select a school children to identify a correct talent and to put them in the correct sports, so that they are they are put in the correct sport to become a champion. As you heard that physical education teacher plays very important role along with the parent to identify a talent of a school children, talent of a school student. If a talented student is identified at correct age, then he can be put in the correct sports to become a champion. And I know that many Olympians in my place, they have participated, they have represented India in our country. They all are first doing little physical exercise at school level. After that only they came to sports. So that is why physical exercise at the school level is very much important, not only for the promotion of the health, but also for the in improving the physical and motor qualities of a student. So that is there. And even my children also play badminton. They are the national badminton players. They are also doing the physical exercises since early childhood. Then only after doing physical exercise, I put them in badminton sport. Some of the recommendation I am giving: physical activity and physical exercise may improve academic performance also. Not only this, they improve the physical exercise, they also improve the academic performance of a child, because the cognitive functioning of a student is improved. That is helpful for to improve this academic performance ability also. And physical exercise is to promote physical fitness, health related fitness, and specific fitness to participate in the particular sport. Excessive function, brain health, underlie academic performance, basic cognitive function related to attention and memory facilitated learning, and this function also enhanced by physical activity and aerobic function. Single session of long-term participation in physical activity improve cognitive performance and brain health of a child also. Vigorous or moderate intense physical benefit also there. Give the importance of the time on task learning. Students should provide frequent physical activity breaks that are development for the ISL. My aim is that the physical exercise is essential to make the high class performance athletes in our country. And physical exercise is compulsory to promote the physical activity. This is my idea. I am also related with the sports training and physical literacy programs in the India also, along with Nigel Girin sir, Whitehead madam, and other many activities we are doing. Erika madam also know. So I am also thankful to all my co-authors, co-speakers, and special thanks to Professor Minkai Chin from US Las Vegas. He has given me chance as a speaker, and also Dr. Sisilo, organizing of this conference in Jakarta, and Dr. Erika Zemkova, Madam, Peter Twist, Albina, and others are there. I'm very much thankful for giving me a chance to participate in today's program. Thank you very much. Thank you to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajesh, also for sharing us your presentation.
Thank you.
We are very excellent with the time or session. So Albina, Peter, Rajesh, again, thank you very much for interesting presentation from, I can say, both scientific and more practical view, and approaches from different parts of the world, India, Canada, Russia, and also Europe. So our papers are now open for discussion. Please, we can start the discussion. The audience, if they have some questions, I will wait for a while. And if not, I will ask you a question. So please, our paper is open now for discussion. So I will start with questions for you, and maybe somebody will ask from the audience. So first question, maybe for Albina, you were talking about application of findings related to postural stability in testing of young athletes and design of training programs for them. So my question is how we can use this data for design of the training, or if this data can be applied also for testing of general population of children and adolescents. Can you share us with some experience you have testing and application of this data in practice.
Thank you, dear Professor Erika Zemko, for your question. It is a very important question, and we think about any recommendation for young athletes and coach of young athletes after our testing in Stabilo platform in vertical bipedal stance. It may be a recommendation and intervention associated with only proprioceptive protocols, only exogames protocols with interactive visualization of the center of pressure fluctuation. And we think about big effectivity of multimodal postural training for athletes and also for young athletes at the pre-season or preparation trainings periods.
So our session is focused on both of these components, body and also motor components. My additional question is whether do you use exercise and testing methods which for balance which are based on visual feedback control of body position? So not just tests for assessment of static or dynamic balance or normal conditions as usual, but if you use some kind of tests which are based on visual feedback control body position, which maybe more include also sensory, not only motor component.
The training with biological feedback with visual information about center of pressure displacement, one of the more effectiveness of training, and it's very good for young athletes because totally the training with biological feedback, it is a very small percent in this stage.
We are talking, because in this session we are talking about the children and adolescents and young athletes. That's why I asked you about this test or also training method based on visual feedback control body position, because it keep concentration of children. As you maybe know, it's very difficult to test static balance in children. Maybe it's not possible in some of them, so that's why the tests which are based on visual feedback control of body position are better to keep their concentration. So there is a time for maybe Peter and I just to ask one question, Albina, and then we'll continue for question for Peter. So would you like to ask something to Albina related to postural control in athletes? Peter, Rajesh? Nothing. So I will continue with thank you, Albina. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Erika, we want to see your face. Video open.
Aha. Okay, I will try to do it. And I will ask a question for Peter, and then we can continue. So, Peter, you are talking about how body works in motion. In Europe, we call it cognition of motion. I don't know if you are familiar with these terms, especially the test what I show you, cognitive test. Their approach is they call it cognition of motion. So you're talking about application of your approach in training of young athletes. However, the question is whether it can be implemented in the exercise program for children and adolescents in school. So as I know, in Canada is a system which is developed for long-term athlete development. So my question is about the application of your approach in school-age children.
And can you narrow that question? Are you asking in general what can be done, or do you have a specific question with applying it to kids in schools?
Yeah, specific about your approach when you are talking connection of body and connection of body works, how it works in motion. and application in school children, because we're talking mainly about the athletes, professional athletes, and also young athletes, elderly athletes. But my question is, because our session is focused on young and children and adolescents, application in school, children, general population, so basic of physical activity of these children.
Yeah, thank you. Well, to clarify, there was 2 or 3 slides at the start where I gave context to the sports sciences and where they are originally applied with athletes to validate them at that level, but the entire presentation from therein was about children. And we were talking about physical literacy, and I referenced kids from kindergarten to grade 5, and then older age of grade school and high school. So the entire presentation as it was presented was it was a science-based presentation, interdisciplinary, drawing from research from different faculties, because nothing in the body happens in isolation. So when we design how do we apply research, we need to pull from all kinds of different areas, because we never get injured in isolation for a cause, and nothing happens in the body in isolation. So it's the attempt to do that. And this was the resultant at this stage, what we've applied from a paradigm and exercise and social, emotional, and mindset integration in the school system to about 150,000 school-age kids. About 20,000 of them were athletes, the rest were general populace. So the main mandate is to give them, to create joy and movement. And as we say, two things from there that are important in the program, I think, is that I think I mentioned my heart wants to say that anything that gets someone moving is a good thing today, because most people don't move. So that might be true, but my brain knows that's not true. And based on the science, we know people can get no results. They can create pain, they can create dysfunction, they can get injured. And so we want them to feel good and to improve their skillfulness so they're more confident. We get buy-in, they have self-belief, they get joy and movement. And in the program with the schools, in a simplistic answer from applying it, we work with quadrants with 4 stations: balance, movement, strength, core. It allows classroom management. Each one is the primary purpose of that. But when I'm in the strength station or quadrant, I'm also experiencing balance, movement, and core, because those 4 work in integration. We can't move on our feet in the field of gravity without drawing upon those 4 elements. And when you combine those 4 elements, you increase the brain activity as it coordinates and orchestrates. So we reversed engineered from the sensory system, our brain, our neural highways, our sensors, receptors in muscle, fascia, and joints, from the bottom of our feet to our fingertips and everything in between. And then came up with methods that would stimulate the brain to talk to the body differently in that language of feel. So we're looking for purposeful movement, but fun movement in that. There's a natural element we can gamify in a school setting. So the simple setup of quadrant, strength, balance, movement, core are the 4 stations in that circuit. In that quadrant, we can share equipment and have good classroom flow. We work solo, in pairs, and in teams, so that there's cooperation and collaboration from a me to we aspect. And the exercises are somewhat exploratory, so they have to solve the puzzle on how to do that. And whether it looks like fun from the naked eye, the brain considers it fun. And it's trying to solve the puzzle. The brain loves that, so they start to get more connected to their body and more present in the exercise. The results come and they improve from there. I hope that gives a few of the guidelines and kind of pointed the compass from that. I'm happy to answer any specific from that if you have it as well.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I'm familiar with your work because I have seen your presentation about 2 years ago. From which year you would recommend to apply this exercise? 6 years old children, 12 years old children. So what is the best age to start with this exercise? Focus on connection of body and mind. So, excuse me, can you hear my question? So my question was, from each year, would you start with this exercise, which are focused on connection and body and mind? 6 years old children, 12, or what is your recommendation?
Who are you addressing the question to?
Peter, what is your recommendation? In which age you would recommend to apply this approach of connection of body and mind for children? 6 years, 10 years old children. Where is the best time to start with this exercise?
Well, of course, you do consider what type from a classroom management, from their, their maturity and their readiness to learn. But as kids show us in crawl patterns, they start when they're crawling.
Yeah,
so we start that at the youngest age. The philosophy is, general philosophy is training movement, not muscle, and keeping it more gamified at a younger age, a little bit more open-ended from that aspect. And then year by year, as their social emotional comes in, about by age 6, grade 3, 4, 5, we've brought in symbolism and work on the mindset and social emotional. And I think kids are smarter than we think they are, and they resonate, and they engage in the conversation by themselves and in groups. It's very interesting.
Yeah, very nice. I have seen there is a question from Rajesh. Please, Rajesh, can you ask Peter a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can ask, no problem.
Excuse me, Rajesh, I saw that there is in chat some question for Peter. You can ask him directly if you have some question for him. Peter, can you see the question of Rajesh in chat?
The question they have given.
Yeah, you can ask directly. You can ask directly, Peter. Question.
Yes. The question written by Titin. What is your recommendation for children to do physical exercise? The duration and frequency of increasing the physical fitness. As per not my study, as per my experiences, the physical exercise can be given to a students all times. You can give the physical exercise can be given with the own body weight. The physical exercise can be given to students. And the duration might be minimum is 30 minutes and maximum you can give to the student up to 1.5 hours based upon the age and gender also. The duration of activity will be less for the girl students compared to the boy students. First, the physical exercise can be given with the own body weight. As running, jumping, throwing is there. Then slowly you can start the physical exercise with the equipment like medicine balls, dumbbells, barbells, like this you can give. But physical exercise is compulsory. Minimum you have to give 30 minutes. Maximum you can give for 1.5 hours. And frequency is daily you have to give. And we can give daily, but only one day, weekly, 1 day is rest. As per my experience of athletics coaching and sports training, this is my recommendation. Erika, thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. May I also have a question?
Okay, no problem.
To Prof. Rajesh, also Prof. Peter. Based on your study, so physical activity for children, like in Indonesia, we have a problem about stunting. So, stunting, so stunting.
What problem you have?
Yeah.
What problem you have?
Hello?
What problem you have in study?
Yeah. I mean, if you have recommendation, physical activity to improve height.
Yes,
height.
yes, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, because as you know, Indonesia, we got a problem about stunting. So
Yes,
we
yes,
need
but,
to collaboration
no.
to anything. Nutrition also for sports science.
Yes, yes.
How to improve
height depend upon your
big
genetical
height.
factor.
Yeah, big height velocity. Maybe do you have recommendation about it? What kind of
No.
exercise to improve the PHV?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
You know, the badminton players all are having big height. I know all the badminton players, they do the training since childhood, all they are having good height because they jump and do the exercise. Jumping exercise, maybe I recommend to promote the good to increase the height. My children play badminton. They are all having a good height of 6 feet. 6 feet height they are having. All the players play with the badminton with them. They all are 6 feet only because I know them since they born the children. They are having play sports like basketball and some sports they are having some impact of height as per my experience. In Indonesia, height is genetically determined genetically because they cannot do anything. You know the height of the. When I saw you in picture, your height looked big. When you saw with me, when you became India, your height is small. I saw that time. I know. So thank you. Peter want to talk. Peter want to give answer. You will talk with the Peter, sir.
Yeah, just thank you very much for that. I loved your presentation, by the way. I would have listened to that for hours. So just some input on that from, we're talking about jump height, yes?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Number one, when kids graduate to high school and high school to college, and even if they're athletically inclined, it's interesting when you have kids, students, or young adults jump. One thing we do is we make sure the environment at that time is very quiet. Number one, because when they land, we listen and we hear.
Yes, yes.
So kids, even a high percentage in high school, they don't know how to land with both feet at the same time. And when they do land, it's loud and it should be silent. And so a couple of philosophies borrowing from the science, and a lot of it's from epidemiology injury. We teach deceleration before acceleration in a running, and we teach landing, stopping, deceleration before we look for jump height and acceleration. And when you can improve the landing and deceleration, I find we can prevent injuries and you get a concomitant improvement in jump height. The other is a mechanical, just a strategy and a sequencing in the body. With athletes going through the system, but the general populace and the younger kids, when you ask them to jump, interestingly, they're trying to project their center of mass vertically, but over half of the participants will throw their arms down to the ground. And it's counterproductive to the movement, and it's not even how we're made anatomically to link and sequence the body and fire the muscles, versus loading into flexion and then extending. A lot of the students and right through to a high school age throw their arms down to the ground as they're trying to propel their body into the air. So their biomechanics and their movement strategies are contradictory to the goal. So we find if we can improve their deceleration and landing skills, then we're taking load and impact off of the skeletal system and putting it on the muscles. That's where the muscles can create more elastic energy. And when we teach them to lead the arm, really simply, the arms lead the legs and the arms move in the direction you're trying to go. You do those two things, everyone's going to improve their jump height, prevent injuries, feel better doing it. And you can increase the training intensity and volume a little bit because now they're being kinder on their body when they do land. That would be our initial focus, to try and make an immediate result.
Thanks, Peter. Very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions because I can see the time is already over. So thank you again, all speakers in this session, for sharing with us the research data and also practical experience. And I wish you a successful conference and look forward to meeting you again soon. Thank you very much and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mika.
And thank you all very much. Thank you. It's been an honor. Yes. I see you, Minkai. Thank you, sir. And thanks, Erica. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you. Erica, madam, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Carol.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the 6th symposium of the ICPESS 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we will moving on to the next photo session. So please, we kindly invite all participants to open the camera. Okay, how many slides? Still one. Okay, we're gonna wait. To all participants, please open your camera. We will have a photo session, the last photo session for today. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, give me a best smile. Give me your best smile for the last photo session of today. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last agenda of today's event, and the event will continue tomorrow at 8:03 a.m. Jakarta time in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I kindly remind you, the event will continue tomorrow, the last day of this event of ICPESS 2021 at Sunday, June 13, at 8:30 a.m. Jakarta time. My name is Hadi Suseno. Good afternoon and see you tomorrow.
Sekarang buka tabungan cukup dengan selfie. Rekening langsung jadi dan bisa dipakai transaksi. Mudah tarik tunai tanpa kartu. Semakin happy karena bisa bayar tagihan-tagihan rutin. Bayar zaman sekarang cukup scan kris. Untuk mama tersayang, kirim surprise pakai di kado. Ada kartunya lagi. Cukup satu aplikasi, download mobile banking BNI. Gak pakai nanti.
Giling, gak bisa buka di luar.
Sabar, bayar pakai Livin. Cus, pesan makanan, jangan lupa didoain. Tadi belanja udah dilunasin belum? Sabar, transaksinya bisa dicicilin. Kartu hilang, gak usah mikir, langsung blokir. Mumpung Ramadan, uangnya disedekahin. Livin emang bikin hidup lebih asik.
Untuk setiap generasi pandai yang punya rencana, Pegadaian mempersembahkan Gadai Harian. Gadai lebih fleksibel dengan tarif yang semakin terjangkau. Untuk gadai Rp1 juta, kamu cukup membayar Rp900. Dengan beragam jaminan dan berbagai pilihan waktu pelunasan, siapkan rencanamu dan wujudkan mimpimu dengan Gadai Harian di Pegadaian.